Where was I? I was blasting off. Hold on. There's so much to cover. Holy crap. Group chat Illuminati leaked. God, we're 100 Days of Burger Reich. And with FD Signifier in the building. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/Hasanabi. What's your take on 100 men versus one gorilla? I didn't really give a take last night. I don't know. I want to have fun with that, but I haven't really been able to think about it thoroughly to give you a fun, entertaining, or intelligent, or coherent point. I feel like the gorilla would win, but I've heard some convincing arguments that 100 men is so many people. Like the number is so large that 100 people could break the gorilla down. But in any case, I do feel like the gorilla is so strong, bro. Like it's just not a thing. It's like 100 kids, okay? Can I beat the shit out of 100, I don't know, 5-year-olds? Because I feel like the difference between, first of all, the difference between 100 men or one singular man and a gorilla is the difference between like me, an adult, 6'4", 230 pounds, and a 5-year-old, you know? So yeah, give me 100 kids. I'll beat the shit out of all 100 of them. So it just feels like it unironic. Like I think people are overestimating the power that they have. They're overestimating the power that they have. But then again, here is a professional person. This is perhaps the most well-read individual on this. Okay, Theroux, unironically, I would say, has a PhD in 100 men versus gorilla. Like, this is his moment in the spotlight. And if he thinks, do you guys think gorillas are like literally King Kong sized or what? That meaning that he thinks that 100 men could take on a gorilla, then I think maybe 100 men could take on a gorilla. Even if you do win, if you come into contact with his fluids and it gets into your eyes or open wounds, there's a disease where your spine blows up and you die. The only thing that the 100 men have is what men have always had as an advantage. Aside from tool using, it is the capacity to be able to sweat and regulate its temperature and also not be as fatigued as an animal does. That's it. So in a war of attrition, the 100 men would most likely win. Like man is pretty OP for the reasons that I just mentioned. It's not like back in the day when they had like some minor tools to use. They were just like one-tapping animals to kill and eat. No, they were just waiting it out. They would try to injure it from afar, use a sneak attack, and then basically run after it for approximately a week until the animal died. Like that's how people would hunt animals back in the day. Animals that are too difficult to kill instantly. That's exactly what happens when 100 bees takes on a hornet, but they win in the end. Yeah, so he thinks that the 100 men would win. A hornet is just a bigger bee. A gorilla is not just a bigger human. Anyway, this is definitely a big deal. And for that reason, I'm going to ask FD Signifier about it. And we'll have this conversation with him. Because that's what's the most pressing matter right now. It's one gorilla. Bro, do you know what? First of all, let me tell you something, okay? I'm not the first one in the line. I am not waiting. I am not going to be first in line. Because the first person that tries to fight the gorilla is going to get used like a fucking fleshlight, okay? The gorilla is going to put his fucking arm through the first person's asshole and basically use it like a sock puppet, okay? It's going to make the first person talk to the rest of the fucking humans. I'm not there. Maybe I'll be the 99th person, okay? Guy 47, after seeing the 46 get bodied, will run away. Yeah. There's a lot of things that would change the dynamic of 100 people versus a gorilla. Like, what kind of tools can they use? Is it just hand-to-hand combat? If it's just hand-to-hand combat, like, it's pretty cooked.
Not join a modern-day hunting party of men, because the question is 100 men versus one full-grown silverback gorilla. And there are people out there like this that are saying that 100 guys would win. And no, they wouldn't. I don't, no, just flat out no. A gorilla's skin, you can't bite through it. Their bones, somewhere between 2 and 4 times as thick and dense as ours. Their hand, like their grip force, is something like 1,300 pounds. That means that with one hand, they could crush your skull. My dudes, this is what you're fighting. When they stand up, they are 6 feet tall. They weigh about 400 pounds on average. They can lift, press, or pull somewhere between 2,000 to 4,000 pounds. For some perspective, that's...
I'm gonna be honest though, like a chimp can fuck up a human, except what you fail to comprehend here is that 100 people would destroy a chimpanzee, right? Like easy. That's not even a question. The reason why this is even a question is because of the power that a gorilla has. Like the defenses that a gorilla has. You can't like overwhelm the gorilla 100 at a time, like and basically cause it in a stampede to suffocate. But the exhaustion, I think, would be the exhaustion at the end of it would be what kills him. He would not be able to kill 100 humans that easily, especially if people are attacking in swarms, you know?
That's enough to tear your arm or your leg off. There's guys out here trying to rationalize this, being like, well, we're endurance animals and all that stuff. This thing could operate at 1/4 of its strength and still body bag you. And we haven't even addressed the fact that even if you get close enough, you can't damage it. Thick skin, super dense bones, wrapped in an insane amount of muscle. You couldn't hit this hard enough to break anything. Like its femur is twice the size of yours. I want you to look at that skull. That skull could headbutt you and cave your face in, to say nothing of...
You can crush its throat. Gorillas barely win versus 27 chimpanzees. 100 men easily wins. Wait, what? Did you just... You think 100 men have the capabilities of 27 chimpanzees? No, this argument doesn't favor your point, I think. No, I don't think 100 men total could deliver the damage that 27 chimps could do. I think 27 chimpanzees would beat the fuck out of 100 men too. That's another thing I was going to say. A chimp can rip your face off. Yeah, a chimpanzee is so fucking fast and so violent. Like, it's not even... It's 100 random selected men, not the largest Scandinavians versus gorilla. It's got to be at least 10 men per chimp. Yeah, I think especially because a chimpanzee is super... Like, a chimpanzee is, like, agile. This is the most dude debate ever. A chimp is agile, fast, like... It can move fast and do a lot of damage and move from person to person with ease. So I do think that you probably need at least like 10 dudes, maybe more, to be able to take down one chimp. Unless you get lucky, in which case you can even do it with one person. But I'm saying like it's a matter of luck. There's got to be like an average number that you arrive at. And I would say that like it's a 8 to 10 situation per chimp. Their pressure from their jaw is stronger per square inch as well. That's what, yeah. Their grip strength is incredibly strong in comparison to the human being. Their jaw, their bite strength is incredibly strong in comparison. They don't have the same like setbacks that a human being has in terms of using full power. That's the other side of this that I think gets lost in the conversation. Like an animal, especially a chimp, is not holding back. You know how like you have the capacity to bite your own tongue, but you normally don't, right? Because like there's a thing inside of your brain that stops you from going full force and unlocking your full potential, especially unless you're like a sociopath. You're not going to be able to go quote unquote all out against the chimp in the way that a chimp will definitely go all out against you. Like you would have to be able to go, ironically, ape mode. When you think about it, there's a reason for why that term exists. You have to chimp out and go ape mode against the chimp or ape. So, you know, they automatically don't have a limit breaker. They just go limitless mode when they want to fuck you up. So I don't know.
Of all the teeth. Then we come down here. Each one of these appendages is a death area. And even if you don't die, you're going to be missing or have a crushed limb. You're out of the fight until it decides to come and clean you up. And I loved some of the like crazy hunting tactics because they're like, well, we would just swarm and like, what are you gonna get? Maybe 6, 10 humans at the same time. And we would grab its limbs and spread it out. These are gonna crush you. It can pull you toward it harder than you can. What are you gonna do once you have a hold of its limbs? Yeah, you're gonna die because it's gonna crush you or pull you into its mouth and bite your head off. You should also know that I have a secret class.
Yeah. Lethal coalitionary attacks of chimpanzees, troglodytes on gorillas, gorilla in the wild. Yeah, this article suggested 27 chimps can like pack up a gorilla. And what I find really interesting about that argument is that 27 chimps could pack up 100 men as well. So 20 of this guy would win. The Bucks have landed the push Terminator. Okay, if it was 100 of this dude, maybe, because size-wise, he's like matching up. He's taller, but even then, I don't know. Bro's still going. He hit 30 on 2 plays. That's so nasty. That's so crazy, dude. That is disgusting. This dude weighs 460 pounds. Dude, I love that. I love that so much because it's like, bro, we have pushed so far. Like this person is incomprehensible in the mind of a medieval peasant. Okay? You got the average medieval peasant is like 5'4". Okay? Can you imagine the average medieval peasant looking at a human being and being like, this is the same species as me? This would be like, they would write in history books about giants. I think like that's what this is. Like medicine and technology has improved so much. Food, vaccines, all of this. He did 36. I did 9 today. And on the 10th one, I failed. And this dude is out here doing 36. They look young, so not even factoring muscle maturity and training lifetime yet. Yeah. Did you see the Settlers documentary? Yeah, we watched it instantly as soon as it came out yesterday, as a matter of fact. And it was amazing. There's also the male body discourse as well, which is another classic Hasanabi discourse that I've partook in. The 100 men versus 1 gorilla argument is so funny because like I've had that conversation a lot. And this like women prefer the guy on the left to the guy on the right discourse is also really funny because I've talked about that quite a bit as well. A lot of people don't understand that most dudes that go to the gym are going to the gym to work out and look a certain way, not to impress women, but to impress other men. They don't understand it. Like they think a lot of guys are, I think, oblivious. A lot of guys are oblivious to what women are interested in. Anyway, we'll talk about all of that as well. We're going to get into the news now, though. Okay. Well, before we do that, though, here is Hope Core. Society would instantly and dramatically improve if we took the bottom 5 to 10% of the most R-worded kids out of school.
That's right.
And put them in the coal mines instead. Almost all Western cultural problems derive from an adherence to the false god of equity. You probably are in the fucking 5 to 10% bottom intelligence. You would be sent to the fucking coal mine. The entire conversation is fucking idiotic. Brother, what the fuck is happening? Genetic predetermination talk happening on the timeline and getting a shit ton of fucking likes. And you have XUC who under normal circumstances would absolutely fall in the fucking 5 to 10% bottom fucking intelligence quotient, talking about how, well, actually, maybe this is a good idea. It's like, what is going on? What are we doing here? What the fuck is happening? Everyone has lost their goddamn minds, it seems. All it took was for Donald Trump to come out and say some insane nonsense, for half of the fucking streamers to be like, yeah, actually, we should be sending people to the fucking coal mines by force if they're too stupid to study. What the fuck? That's the irony here. All of the people that are liking that fucking tweet would be in the coal mines. Aspen Gold saying, yep. Yeah, based. Society would instantly. Yeah, based. No, I didn't watch the last episode of Rehearsal Chatters. God damn, a lot of you want me to fucking talk about Rehearsal. Holy moly. Holy moly. Yeah, based. Unk, you got a mention in the Northern Lion Super Show? I did, I know. That player, by the way, Desmond Watson, benches 520 and squats 720. Oh, that's awesome. if you guys send me Chat GPT responses to the 100 men versus one gorilla argument, I'm choosing the gorilla. Like, you are convincing me that the gorilla wins every time because of how stupid we are.
Look, we've gotten political enough, folks. So I won't take the bait on that one. But
I think we solved American healthcare.
Yeah. I thought I was on Hassan Piker's live stream.
you get fucking Socrates and Aristotle together, we're gonna fucking fix some of the world's problems.
Listen, if you want to know how to solve the world's problem, tune into Twitch and listen to a hot 28-year-old Turkish guy figure it all out.
He's 30 now.
He's 30.
Your youth is gone, Hassan. You need to start actually reading the books soon, you motherfucker. You're not gonna be sexy forever.
Yeah.
He is
You
a hot...
You 9/11 denier. You can't deny I'll be doing Madison Square Garden 9/11/25.
I love the idea of a 9/11 denier. Not saying that it was good, being like it didn't happen.
There are people that deny it. When I found out that there were people who deny 9/11, it blew my mind. It's amazing. It's amazing. There are legitimately people who think that it was a hologram. Yeah. There are people who don't believe that 9/11 actually happened.
Towers are still up there. Okay, so I can say about here from my perspective, right?
Talking shit, dude. Crazy how Giannis and Chris know about you. Bro, I've been on his podcast. What are you talking about? I've been on his pod. Anyway, yeah, I went on his pod and I had that classic Bradley Martin is making the kids gay hit. Another mention at the end of the clip. Okay. You got fake news. China is not talking to JD Vance on trade. Yeah, I wasn't getting fake news. I was just memeing. I was making a joke. I don't know if you noticed, but the joke was, why can't he visit Netanyahu and the Israeli war cabinet instead? Like, as in he's killing everyone he meets. The new Louis Theroux, I see Kneecap has jumped from around 100K monthly listeners on Spotify to 1.1 million. Anti-Semites prove to be a large audience, something politicians have known for years. Yeah, that's what happened. He popped off. You go to the gym, you're gay. The more you go to the gym, the gayer you get. You know what's making our children queer? Bradley Martin. He owns the gym. What's gayer than literally This is not true, by the way. They were around 1.1 million before Coachella. Okay. Yeah, I don't think they were. I think that what really helped them was the movie. They were popping before Coachella. Kneecap tickets in Vancouver are sold out and being resold for like $500. Bro, I am worried that they're not going to be able to come back into the United States now because IAG dropped them. And now they have their visa was ending anyway, and they have to get a new touring visa. And I'm worried that this administration is just not going to give them a new touring visa, even though they have a fucking sold out. They have literally a sold out tour in the United States of America coming up in October. And they're also being simultaneously investigated by, they're sometimes being investigated by the British government for terrorism, which is so crazy because Kneecap's entire thing is just like resisting British imperialism, talking about the IRA, you know, and on positive terms. And, you know, you can say fuck America. You can say fuck England. You have a song called Brits out, and that's fine. Get your Brits out, right? And that's fine. But God forbid you say fuck Israel. We will kill you. It is so insane. How can anybody look at the situation and go, nah, that's normal? Like, that's so crazy, man. We've gone way too far with this shit. Like, there's no allowance. There's not even a little bit of an allowance for saying fuck Israel. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, you can say fuck Israel, okay? I say it all the time. Israel can suck my dick, okay? What do you mean you can't say fuck Israel? Oh, Jesus Christ. You can say fuck any country on the planet, by the way, okay? This is not like you can say fuck China if you want to. I'll be very upset if you do, but, you know, I'm not going to be like, deport this person, investigate them for fucking terrorism. How come you're not being investigated? Because I'm an American citizen. And we haven't reached that level yet. Well, we'll get there, okay? When the admin realizes that they just cannot overcome how negative people's perceptions of Israel are, slowly but surely they'll move on to American citizens. They already have in Michigan, as you know. They've already moved on where the FBI busted down the doors of a bunch of Palestinian student activists. Blue state, by the way. Blue attorney general, by the way. Blue governor, by the way. You know? You think Klein Subreddit is trying to report you for terrorism? Yeah, they can also suck my dick, okay? Yeah, I know. I know that they're sending letters to the administration to try to report me for terrorism or whatever. It's goofy as fuck. Oh, it is pretty crazy though. Bold of you to assume you aren't. Never got that FBI FOIA, did you? Yeah, but I also have like global entry, man. I mean, obviously listen, all I'll say is this. Even in the previous administration, yes, they know who the fuck I am. Okay? They know who I am very well. But I think like I stay within the box, okay? There are obviously ideologically and the things that I advocate for are not within the boundaries of permissible speech in mainstream media. But like there is, you know, there are I stay within the confines of you know, legality, and also how do I describe this? The reality is nothing that you can do on Twitch will rise to the level of being deportable. Twitch's standards are a higher bar than the American citizen persecution standards. There's that. There's also the fact that, like, look, I'm not saying this to make it seem like nothing will happen. Okay? Because I don't know. I really don't know, because this administration is fucking crazy. Okay? This administration is crazy. The point is, even with how crazy this administration is, like, there is a hierarchy of people that they will go after. There's a hierarchy of people that they will go after. And an American citizen who has a public profile, who is at least like relatively wealthy enough to be able to go through a legal battle and also heavily publicize this sort of plight, is not exactly something that the administration is going to want to go after. Now, I'm not saying that it might not. I'm not saying that it'll never happen. Okay, but I'm on the last to go on that list. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous. Now, once again, I'm not saying that the admin won't entertain it, because they are insane, but I'm a little bit more cognizant of my position and the threat level than, let's say, David Pakman, for example, who recently came out with a video I saw, and he was talking about how, like, he was informed not to leave the country. And it's like, yeah, you talk to an immigration lawyer, and an immigration lawyer advised you that if you leave the country and you come back, yeah, they'll probably look through your phone or probably fuck you up a little bit, right? And it's like, that's clickbait. Like, I'm sorry, that's clickbait. Okay? Like, they're not going to pack up and deport David Pakman, especially David Pakman, who, you know, I'm not like disrespecting or anything like that, but I just don't think that the admin is going to take the initiative to go after the initiative to go after a guy who, especially at a time when they're like straight up packing up people exclusively for anti-Israel sentiment. Like, David Pakman is perfectly fine from that target list. Like, he is not going to get targeted for criticism against Israel, for example. And it's obvious that, like, that is the number one thing that this administration is using to open the door. Not to say that, like, under normal circumstances, the administration wouldn't arrest and deport someone like David Pakman. I think eventually they would. But right now, when we look at what's in front of us, like, they're very clearly using anti-Israel speech, claiming that it's anti-Semitic speech, to go after people, to open up the door for deportation. And yeah, no, David Pakman has been a naturalized citizen from Argentina for literally multiple decades at this point. He's on the last to go, okay? Do you understand? Like, that's what I mean. Like, this isn't to say that he's not under threat. Like, I hope people understand. This isn't to say that he's not under threat. Everyone is, okay? The reality is this administration has entertained the notion of deporting American citizens, okay? And even denaturalizing American citizens. So it's very clear that there is a point that they will get to where they'll do that, but, like, right now is not that moment. Okay? That's it. That's it. We're not there yet. And I'm not there yet either for someone like myself. And I think it's silly for me to talk about myself and like the threats that I might receive from this administration, because the way I see it, by the time they get to a rich public person with, a rich public profile person with American citizenship, by the time they get to someone like myself, that means like they have already cleared out. Like we're talking concentration camps are already fucking filled to the brim with non-citizens and even other citizens who don't have a public profile and other citizens who aren't rich enough to be able to, fight back and engage in like some sort of legal battle, right? Like half of my fucking community be deported by that point. So that's why I don't bring this up. I think there's a distinction, though. He may not be in immediate danger, but the danger he's describing is very real for many others, just not him. Immigration law firms are absolutely issuing memos to clients about the risk of leaving the U.S. Yes. And it's the same as when I tell you, if you're not an American citizen and you're entertaining a tourism visa to come to the United States of America, I urge you not to make that mistake. That's what I say all the time. And the reason why I say that is because you will get fucking stopped, and there is no guarantee that you'll be able to get in. There is no constitutional protections for you at all. Okay? I worry they'll try to make an example out of you. I'm not saying that it is impossible that will happen. I'm saying that it is not going to happen right now, and it's not something that is a real concern for someone like myself, because by the time the crosshairs are on me, it will be far too late anyway. We will have moved into like full tilt fascism. We're already there. We're dipping our toes in. We're actually not even dipping our toes in. We're like, we're basically ankle level in the water. Why can't I talk about this man? Why can't I speak about this man? What are you saying? What? Because you're using the term Zionist, and it's a blocked term because, the ADL made it so that it's a protected category. That's why you're getting blocked. Your level of wealth and clout means that taking you out through such means like deportation incurs a certain public opinion penalty. It is currently not worth it yet, but the calculations might change. This admin has no restraint, but by the time that happens, America's gone full Nazi. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But yeah. Here's Francesca Albanese, UN Special Rapporteur, talking about Iceland's public broadcaster, Ruth, has joined Slovenia and Spain in publicly opposing Israel's participation in the Eurovision Song Contest. And Francesca Albanese says, the tide is changing. Ordinary people like you think you are making no difference to your resistance to complicity with genocide, occupation, and apartheid. You are. Yes, you are. Please continue. So that is also true. There's a lot of public pressure against Israel and against Israel participating in Eurovision and shit like that. That are opportunities for Israel to do propaganda, to be like, hey, look, we're like a normal country and not an apartheid state doing a fucking genocide. And it's good. It's good that this is happening. It's good that there's a lot of pressure because this kind of pressure and this kind of public sentiment shift is going to move the needle in the appropriate direction. Okay. Meanwhile, the more that happens, of course, as I tweeted about earlier this morning, by now, by the way, this wasn't even about myself. This was about fucking the shit that I saw on the timeline, specifically about, about Louis Theroux. Louis Theroux's Settler documentary came out. Settler's documentary came out. He's done one like 11 years ago. He did one a decade ago, right? And he did another one, and we watched it yesterday. And it was really good. It was a hard watch, but it was actually really good because Theroux this is a masterclass. Like he is the best at going and like having these sorts of conversations, to giving people the allowance to be just a psychopath. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about him that just like makes crazy people turn around and just like reveal their insanity in front of a camera. We watched the whole thing, but I saw on the timeline people losing their minds at him, saying that he is like a rabid Hamas anti-Semite, all this shit, right? Like people losing their minds. Anyway, so I said, by now everyone knows if you say anything critical about Israel, you're going to have the most mentally ill stalkers who follow you around for the rest of time trying to get you fired from shit. When will it end? You are losing support. Wake up to the realities you are defending. Harley Morenstein, I said something critical about Hamas and I got the most mentally ill stalker claiming he wants to ruin my life. So I think it goes both ways. Painting it as only one side Having crazies doesn't help. I mean, I didn't even fucking say that there aren't crazies on the pro-Palestinian side. The difference, of course, is this is the epic mealtime guy, yes. The problem, of course, is that you can have crazies on both sides, okay? Certainly. Not saying that there aren't crazies on the pro-Palestinian side, but you have to also recognize that one side is still in the wrong. And that is, of course, morally and legally, the side that defends Israel is in the wrong. Israel is in the wrong for maintaining an apartheid. Israel is in the wrong for doing a genocide. You know, crazies or not, it's ultimately about the issues that matter. Theroux wrote some good short words alongside the publication. Oh, it's been 15 years. Louis Theroux on returning to the West Bank after 15 years for BBC Doc, the settlers and being perpetrator focused. I really, I wish I could interview him. Harley hung out with Sam Hyde a little too much before and after Creator Clash for me to take his love for Israel seriously. Get real, buddy. The thing I don't understand is like, Harley hung out with Sam Hyde before and after Creator Clash, and he recognized that Sam Hyde was a real neo-Nazi. So I don't really understand how he sees that, but then also he has like, I guess, an interest in defending Israel. So he just doesn't care. Like, I don't know. Lewis has a podcast you could probably get on. Yeah, maybe. Harley said, I said something negative about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising and got a lot of mentally ill people defending them. About the neo-Nazi pedo, he says he treats me well. Yeah, he says something along those lines. Like, I don't know. I thought it was very odd. I don't really care, dude. I hope everyone's doing all right. Okay, that's all I got. But it is crazy that like this fucking foreign country has bricked the brains of so many goddamn people, whether they're in Canada or in the United States of America. Is like, it truly has been a mind-melting moment. And these guys live in an alternative reality where they just think like our minds are broken. You know what I mean? They're like, no, dude, you're in the wrong. You're crazy. You love radical terrorists who want to come and do barbaric rapes, Islamic style rapes on all of us, justified by Sharia law. And it's like, dude, what you just described is just a fantasy in your mind, when in fact, it is also seemingly projection for the religious fundamentalist state that you are fucking defending, that has time and time again actually literally engaged in mass rape of Palestinians and has even found religious justifications for it through its, the idea of rabbinical structure. What are we fucking talking about, you know? Like, it's crazy. I'm at least honest and kind and don't believe that this is like, I see the fucking growth of anti-Semitism all around the Western world, and I constantly try to do my very best to decouple Israel from Judaism. Meanwhile, you got dudes unironically running around being like, no, you don't understand, dog. Israel is Judaism. It's crazy. It's like, it literally feels like, it really feels like I'm talking to like Salafist dudes in England. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, no, you don't understand. No, this is for Judaism. This is awesome. And you're an anti-Semite for saying it's not awesome. Like, what the fuck? It's crazy. It's like having a Salafist dude in England, like a Salafist Muslim in England being like, wallahi, ISIS is good actually. Mate, you don't understand. Brother, why are you so weird? What? All right. Late last year, okay, this is from Louis Theroux. He wrote this op-ed as an accompanying piece to the doco, the new doco Settlers that we watched yesterday. Okay. Here's the editor's note of it, but this is the accompanying piece that he wrote alongside. Can you not compare Bad and Panel to crazy right-wing people, Hassan? No, I don't. I literally said that is not the case. I'm saying that morally he is on the correct side, even if his methods are fucking insane. And sometimes he has too much of a penchant for drama, and it does get crazy. Let's be real. That's not giving an inch to fascists in any way, shape, or form. It's just an acknowledgement of reality. He is morally correct, even if his methods are insane sometimes. Islamists defending Turkish colonialism. When is Turkey, your country, going to stop occupying Cyprus? What is happening? And Constantinople, Turks are colonizers and invaders, right? Like, Cyprus aside, okay? Cyprus is one thing, but Constantinople, bitch, 1453, suck my dick. What do you mean Constantinople? Like, what are you talking about? Are you defending the glory of the Byzantine Empire? Like, what the fuck? It's called Istanbul, bitch. Anyway. All right. About 15 years ago, celebrated documentarian Louis Theroux headed to the occupied West Bank territory for a tell-all documentary. This week, he returns with the BBC's Louis Theroux, The Settlers, which launched in a few days' time. Writing exclusively for Deadline, Theroux details how he took a perpetrator-focused approach to the doc, discussed the complexities of covering the region, and argues why the world has amply demonstrated its ability to withstand what is happening in the West Bank. He also pays tribute to the Oscar winner No Other Land and questions why the pick was accused of anti-Semitism. Late last year, I spent 3 weeks traveling up and down the occupied West Bank, the region on the eastern edge of Israel, which for nearly 60 years has been under Israeli military occupation. I was there documenting the world of the Israeli ultranationalists who have settled there illegally under international law. My aim was to observe them up close, to try to understand their mindset and their actions, and to get a sense of the impact of their presence on the lives of the millions of Palestinians who live in the region. I'd made a documentary in the West Bank before, in 2010. At the time, I was struck by the way in which a group of people were able to pursue openly expansionist, ethno-nationalist vision while enjoying the benefits of a separate and privileged legal regime to those around them and being protected by the Israeli army. Because I've used some of the footage from his documentary all the way from 2010 in the past. You've probably seen, like, I think, wasn't it his documentary that showed the Sidrot night cinema? I believe, like, talking that famous clip of the one girl being like, I am a fascist. Like, that was pretty sure that's from his old documentary. Anyway, the program titled Ultra Zionist went out on the BBC in 2011. I went on to other stories, but late in 2023, in the wake of the deadly attacks on October 7 and the ensuing devastating war, I began reading articles in the New Yorker, the New York Times, elsewhere suggesting that with the world's attention on Gaza, the settler community had cranked up its activities. There were reports that settlers issued with thousands of assault weapons by the government were running rampant, harassing and intimidating Palestinians. Yeah, this is the old doco that he did. Harassing and intimidating Palestinians, torching their shops and homes. Filming took place in 2 blocks. Based in Jerusalem and working with a team with years of experience covering the politics of the region, I met and interviewed settlers and their leaders, including the woman known as godmother of the settler movement, Daniela Weiss. I made several visits to the settlements, including one Eviatar, which had been authorized by the Israeli government just a few months earlier. It means illegal under international law. Our first leg of filming took place during the olive harvest at a time when tensions were on high, with the army, for alleged security reasons, preventing the Palestinians from reaching trees they say they've harvested for years. I filmed interactions between the army, the olive pickers, and the peace activists, many of them Israeli, who work with the Palestinian farmers. I also made a visit to the ancient biblical city of Hebron, where settlers moved illegally in 1968 and now live in a militarized zone of occupation. Filming of this kind carries risks. Some are physical, others are reputational. The narratives around Israel and Palestinians are fiercely contested. No piece of coverage will please everyone. In general, I try not to over-worry about how my reporting will be received. I trust my instincts. I accept mine is just one contribution in the vast offerings of coverage. Others are valid. Not to mention that I'm not a typical journalist and certainly not a current affairs reporter. I have my own way of tackling my subjects driven by my own personal curiosity. What I can offer is my take. I have a style and an approach which, for good or ill, I've made my own. You would call it perpetrator focus. I try to hear from those at the heart of a story who, broadly speaking, are viewed as being in the wrong. Naturally, giving airtime to these people can lead to accusations of platforming. I understand the charge. My decision to film means potentially millions will be exposed to the views of people who may be racist, fundamentalist, or bigoted. But making a documentary isn't just a matter of handing someone a megaphone and saying, have at it. It's a process of asking the right questions, challenging, contextualizing, doing journalism. I believe that if done in a way that is considered and forensic, this approach gives viewers access to attitudes. Okay, hold on. Access to attitudes and ideologies that is more powerful for being unmediated. The settlers' outlook, their beliefs, openly anti-democratic and supremacist as they sometimes are, is seen for what it is. There are also risks associated with drawing attention to forms of exclusionary nationalism when they are perpetrated by people who, in this case, are a part of a minority group with its own long, blood-stained history of enduring persecution. I have made several films that document anti-Semitism, including one that looks at its resurgence in the social media era. It's been one of the most troubling aspects of our new media landscape that it has led to such a vast and toxic onslaught of anti-Semitic content. That's the other side of this. Like, he has documented growing neo-Nazi movements in the Western world as well, pretty successfully, as I might add. I've actually watched some of his documentaries on that front as well. So it's like crazy to be like, this guy is an anti-Semite. But then again, you're in the chat of a content creator, a political commentator who has been a fighter, a combatter against anti-Semitism in the Western world for the past decade. And that hasn't stopped these pro-Israel groups from branding me as a vile anti-Semitic terrorist over and over and over again. So it does not matter. Ultimately, these people that want to defend Israel will call anyone and everyone a fucking vicious anti-Semite, including but not limited to Louis Theroux now, okay? And that is because that's the one fucking defense button that pro-Israeli groups have. It's worked in the past, so they think it'll work now, but it's very clear that it does not fucking work. But it should not. But it should go without saying that extremists and ideologues exist in all communities. No one should get a pass. And when they are backed up by those in power, it's a dangerous combination. It would be a mistake to allow a phalanx of religious nationalist settlers and their far-right political supporters in government to co-opt Jewish identity and write off legitimate criticism of their beliefs and their actions as an expression of bigotry. Nevertheless, I accept that some might see my documentary as anti-Israel. Yeah, of course. I wonder why. Because it's good to be anti-Israel, and it is the morally correct position to be anti-Israel. I had the good fortune to watch the brilliant documentary No Other Land, to find out that the film, while picking up a string of awards, including an Oscar, was accused of anti-Semitism, was a cautionary lesson that even the most exceptional filmmaking can be subject to attack. In their case, some of it was physical. One of its co-directors, Hamdan Bilal, was a victim of mob settler violence. By the way, I'm going to have Hamdan and I'm going to have them on again on the broadcast this week. I'm working on setting it up right now. Basel and Hamdan both. One of my reasons for wanting to go back, apart from the changes in the region itself, was the sense that increasingly the wider world was looking to what is happening in Israel and the occupied territories for clues as to what their own future might look like. Some global populist leaders view the ideology of the settler community as a prototype for a type of nationalism they would like to practice. Oh my God. Let me tell you something, okay? I don't know the full scope of Louis Theroux's attitude towards Zionism. I don't know. I don't really care ultimately, because I think his documentary stands alone as a very valuable piece of a very valuable piece of information that you can show to people, right? But what he is saying here is 100% correct. This is a real motivator for a lot of ultra nationalists in the Western world. They look to Israel as a laboratory of pain and surveillance. Okay? They want to bring what Israel is doing to the Palestinians into the Western world. And in some instances, they already have started it. It is an inspiration. It is a testing ground. It is a blueprint. And it is some of our Western corporations that work in Israel as a testing ground against the Palestinians with technology that they will inevitably use on the domestic population as well, the imperial boomerang. They regard Israeli settlers as the tip of the spear of what they frame as a global war against Islam. The views expressed by some in the film are part of a much wider and increasingly powerful anti-democratic strain of thinking that is pushing back against notions of civil rights and the rule of law. And so there is renewed relevance to understanding what is happening in the West Bank. Recently, I was asked about how I thought the story would change in the future. I thought about how it had changed since my last visit 15 years ago. The difference, I realized, was mainly one of degree. More harassment, more displacement, more death. It's hard to say confidently that the situation is likely to improve. It's a depressing thought. It was the French aphorist La Rochefoucauld who said, "We all have enough strength to withstand the misfortunes of others. The world has amply demonstrated its ability to withstand what is happening in the West Bank." Anthony Lowenstein's Palestinian Laboratory is a great book to read on this topic. Rochefoucauld. What is this? The Master of the Universe. It is for Philo-Semites who are super pro-Israel. Some of the statements that they fucking put forward are virtually indistinguishable from neo-Nazis. This is unironically what I mean when I say, like, they're doing, like, I guess it's like, they're not necessarily woke, but it almost comes across as like what Jake Tapper does sometimes. It's like woke anti-Semitism, like dual loyalty, but wokely, right? It's fucking crazy.
The majority of Gen Z have an unfavorable impression of Israel. And my friends, I think the reason for that is that we're losing the digital war. Okay, they're getting their information from TikTok and whatever it is, and we're losing that war. When you think about it, the masters of the universe are Jews. You know, we've got Altman and AI, we got Zuckerberg, we got Sergey Brin, we got the whole group across the board. Jan Combs, you know, founded WhatsApp. It's us.
Bro, that is a fucking psychotic thing to say, dude. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, I'm old enough to remember when saying Jews ran the world or the universe was an anti-Semitic trope. I mean, it is, and it still is a ridiculous and anti-Semitic thing to fucking say. But again, this guy is saying it at the behest of being pro-Israel. Do you understand?
And we have to figure out a way to win the digital battle. Amelia, we got to get our digital sneakers on so that the truth can prevail over the lies. And when we do that, the future of Israel will be stronger because a majority of all Americans will support Israel. We'll make that happen. We have to make it happen. Thank you.
Yeah, he's like, come on. Get to work. Get to work, Jews. It's time to do Jewish mind control. We are the masters of the universe. It's time to do Jewish mind control, please. to do Jewish mind control on the American population. Oh my God. He's like, come on, Jews, control the media. What are you doing? Incredible. Do you think Israel could take the narrative back and convince the general public to support Israel again? Fuck no. No. That's why this type of stuff is happening right now. No, not even a little bit. That's why the pro-Israel guys are losing their fucking minds, okay? Watch, Netanyahu reveals part of the Mossad beeper operation. In the third week of September, we learned that Hamas, or rather Hezbollah, had sent three beepers to be scanned in Iran. We had previously bombed a scanner they were going to bring in, so we got rid of that and the guy who operated. But now they had this, and they had the minuscule amount of TNT. When the Mossad guy showed it to me a few months earlier, he was giving me an update on how many we had inside. And I said, well, is that really going to do the job? I mean, how much TNT do we have there? And he said, I don't know. Nanograms, something like that. I said, what is that going to do? It's not going to do anything. He said, oh, no, it'll do it. I said, give me that. I took the beeper and I threw it against the wood paneling in my office and it dented it. I said, okay, go ahead. But now we were all set to go. And it turned out they were scanning it. I learned about it and I was crazy. I said, what? Why didn't you tell me this? They said, well, it happened a few days ago. I asked, how long does it take for them to do this? They said it could take a day. I said, well, we have to do it right away. I don't know why you sent me this link thinking that this doesn't mean that it's a proxy, but you sent the wrong link. Netanyahu said he was impressed by Hezbollah leader Nasrallah, who influenced Iran more than Iran influenced them, calling him the axis of the axis. He added that the Biden administration was only notified of the Nasrallah elimination operation as a courtesy, with IDF jets already en route. Bro, the JNS meetup is fucking crazy. They're just like, I guess they're just doing a flex.
I was particularly impressed by the fact that not only was he a capable leader, but also that his relationship with Iran was somewhat different from what I thought.
This is the Jewish News Syndicate.
I would say he manipulated Iran much more than Iran manipulated him. He influenced Iran much more than Iran influenced him. And when I read this report, I came to the clear conclusion that he was the axis of the axis. And if we remove him, the axis would break. And so we went into a debate in the cabinet. Do we take him out or not? And there were two things that were brought up. One, we have to tell the Americans. That again? I said, no, we're not going to do that.
They're clapping. God, Americans are so they're so cucked, dude. American leadership is so goddamn cucked. Oh, God. It's so fucking stupid, dude. You have no self-respect. If you are an American politician and you hear this fucking Hitlerian demon over here go to flex mode to be like, we don't have to tell Americans anything. It's like, first of all, he's American, okay? He's from fucking Philadelphia. Don't forget that. Number two, this country that he runs would not exist if it wasn't for the United States of America. So the notion that like that he can get away with just being like, yeah, fuck America. We do whatever the fuck we want. Like, the idea that he could flex like this and not have a single fucking peep from an American politician is so insane, dude. It's so insane. He's the one being like, have you said thank you recently to J.D. Vance at this point?
And the second was, well, you know, you have to really think seriously about the consequences. I mean, Iran has a lot of ballistic missiles. A ballistic missile, something from where I'm standing right up to that wall. It's like a bus full of tons of TNT. And you have many hundreds of these, and they would fall in Israel, and they would do serious damage. So you couldn't quite dismiss that.
Dude, it is not like Epstein blackmail or whatever. I don't think you guys understand. For a lot of people, it's just simply they don't want to rock the boat. They're afraid of getting constantly fucking propagandized against, okay? Look no further than the unlimited amounts of shit that I experience. Why? It's just politicians don't want to deal with that. A lot of people don't want to deal with that. You say anything about Israel that's critical, you are going to have the most mentally ill stalkers for the rest of your life, and they're going to constantly fucking smear you. Unlimited smears. That's it. Nobody wants to deal with that. That's the whole point of the fucking smear campaign, so that you shut people the fuck up, because nobody wants to deal with mentally ill stalkers. Nobody wants to get unseated. The problem is, or not the problem rather, but like I am a demonstration of how all of that unlimited smear campaign still ultimately amounts to nothing if you still have just a little bit of fucking bravery to say the truth. Just keep saying the truth. Fuck these guys. Who cares? Oh, do you see what I mean? But these guys are too afraid. And also, they're so old that this is not even within their vision. This is not even within their worldview. So many politicians are over the age of 60. And let's be real, if you're over the age of 60, then you have never even entertained the notion that Israel is anything but the most moral beacon, the arbiter of truth and all things holy on the fucking planet. There is a million different reasons as to why old people have organically, through social conditioning, believe themselves, or social conditioning, like fucking dupe themselves into believing genuinely that Israel is awesome. That's it. Like, that is the problem here, okay? This right here, this is something we talked about already. This is Ruth Wisse. She is a dying breed, okay? This fucking sociopath is one of the godmothers of Hasbara, okay? We've covered this before. To be honest, that could and absolutely does cost the careers of politicians who speak against Israel. I know. This woman is a psycho. Here, I'll let her words do the talking, okay? She wrote this article. Harvard is an Islamist outpost. This lady and her opinions. Let's take a look at what she has to say. Once again, 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Our job is not to make you look good, American Jews. What do you have to worry about? Your job is to make us look good. And here's how you do it. Every one of us has to serve 3 years in the Army, 2 years in the Army, some of us 5 years, and then for the rest of our lives, you have got to serve 2 or 3 years in the army of words. You've got to learn to fight the political battle, which is even more important at this point than the military battle that we are. We'll fight the military battle. We're not asking you necessarily to come and be lone soldiers, although some of you can. You've got to learn how to fight back on the campuses, how to make the arguments. Now, they keep shifting.
She's explaining the importance of Hasbara.
You know, the ground.
Who the fuck is we, bitch? You're Canadian? Yeah, except it doesn't matter. She's not even talking about this as a Canadian. She's not even talking about this as a Canadian Jew or an American Jew. She's talking about this as an Israeli. She's saying we have to go out and we have to fucking serve in the military. You here in the Western world, living in your comfort, okay, have to do your part. This is a call to action, unironically, to say, like, where is your fucking loyalty, American Jews? How dare you not defend us? How dare you not defend Israel? And that's what's so crazy about it. Like, this is in broad daylight. This is not like a hidden secret thing. This is a person that gets a positive reception from even some liberal institutions as well. Like, it's not. This isn't like a psychopathic Kahanist rabbi or something that was caught in a phone camera footage 25 years ago talking about how fucking the goy are actually cattle or whatever that Nazis love presenting over and over again to be like, this is what all Jews believe. That's not what all fucking Jews believe. Okay. But a lot of liberal Zionists do actually see this as a role because of this kind of social conditioning. This is like fucking built into your brain. It's very hard to escape.
Ground keeps shifting under us. They keep changing the language. Intersectionality wasn't even a word 10 years ago. Now suddenly it's intersectionality. You've got to stay on top of it. And you know how we train for the army? We don't train for defensive warfare. If the war against Israel ever had to be fought on Israeli soil, do I have to tell you? It's an impossibility. So it's the same thing. Don't let the war of words ever be fought about Israel's nature. Let it be fought about why you can't accept Israel, why you have to single out this tiny people.
Like, she's giving you the tools. Like, you've heard every single one of these arguments. Why do you have to single out Israel? It's giving anti-Semitism, sweetie. You're doing a microaggression.
Try to find Israel on the map. It's hardly there. You know, we used to play this game, Where's Waldo? Where is Waldo on the map? Are you going to really tell me that this is the country you want to blame? Teach them how to defend by attacking. Teach them really what one says as in fencing. You've got to do that. You've got to make demands on them. They've got to serve for 3 years in the army of words.
Well, This is the Jewish Agency for Israel. Anyway, this is not like a secret, right? This is just like her genuine opinion. She said even more unhinged shit. She's made like beeper jokes and stuff like that. She's 88 years old. 88-year-old Ruth Wisse, author of the hilarious Harvard is an Islamist Outpost article, quite literally represents a dying breed. The poll below shows just how stark the generational divide on Israel-Palestine is. The wise of the world will soon be gone, a burden lifted. Younger adults sympathize more with Palestinians than older Americans do. The problem is, older Americans also make up 99% of Congress. So either because of that, they have this old attitude towards Israel that they cannot fucking give up on, or because of the fact that they're getting money from Israeli lobbying groups, and or they're terrified into silence because they just don't want to be fucking called anti-Semitic and possibly lose their seat and lose their grip on power. These are all the major reasons as to why a lot of people, either organically or inorganically, are pushed into silence or pushed against taking the initiative and saying the truth about Israel, which, by the way, would garner them a shit ton of popularity. Unironically, they would. More with the Israeli people, more with the Palestinian people. When you look at U.S. total adults, 31% still say they're more with the Israeli people, 16%. This is Pew Research from February 13th to 25, 2024. This number has shifted dramatically even then. Why Zohran Mamdani believes he'll win over Jewish voters as Israeli critic surges second behind Cuomo in New York City mayoral race. Wait, they put me in the article too? Asked whether he thought there was anti-Semitism in some of the rallies, Mamdani said that the evidence of anti-Semitism is presented. It absolutely is incumbent upon me to condemn that. He recently appeared in a lengthy sit-down interview with Sam Piker, a Twitch streamer, who said it doesn't matter if Hamas raped Israeli women on October 7th. Mamdani did not call out Piker. Many New Yorkers have been rightfully horrified by genocide that we've seen over 15 months, Mamdani told him. Yeah, exactly. Wait, what? No, this is not what Bro, I hate that this is like still the framing on this issue, man. Oh my God, it's so fucking disingenuous. No, it doesn't matter if Hamas raped Israeli women on October 7 to justify a genocide of all Palestinian people. That's the argument. Stop fucking misquoting me on this. Oh my God. It is such an indefensible position for pro-Israeli people that they just fucking keep clip-chimping the first part about it. But the reality of the matter is, I think most people understand what this statement is because it doesn't make any sense on its own. You have to be primed into believing that I'm just saying like it's good or something. You know what I mean? Before October 7, Mamdani came under fire. Yeah, I mean, this type of shit doesn't fucking matter. The code is not even literal. You said it doesn't change the dynamic for me at all. Yeah. You really need to replace her. It doesn't matter whether it's not relevant. One sounds like a moral evaluation to idiots. It is a moral evaluation. Because it is a moral evaluation. It is. Do you think that the possibility of rapes happening on October 7 justify genocide? I don't. And if you were to ask 100 people, I suspect 99 of them would say the same thing. What are we talking about? yeah, I am not shying away from making a moral declaration. Yes, the rapes happening or suspected rapes happening it does not justify doing a genocide upon an entire population. Nothing justifies a genocide. Here, I'll take it one step further. Okay? There is no hypothetical justification for a hypothetical genocide of all Jews living in Israel because of the Israeli regime's crimes against the Palestinians either. And there is documented evidence of systematic sexual assault and abuse that the Israeli authorities have committed against Palestinians in captivity. I still don't believe that that would warrant a genocide of all Jewish people in Israel because that's not what I believe. It's an insane fucking statement. Anyway, the point is that this kind of attitude is 65 plus Republicans, 70%, 50 plus Republicans, 61%. It's going away. This was from 2024. If you look at the new Pew study numbers on this, it's completely shifted. It's shifted even further into the Palestinian sympathy side. Okay? Also, I don't give a shit about the misquote. Who cares? Fucking Forward magazine, whatever.
And then the question was, do you do it or you don't do it? Well, I stopped the cabinet meeting went on for quite some time. Cabinet was...
Is Forward not pro-Israel? So it was probably... I mean, Forward has... Forward is more on the Haaretz camp. Maybe not as liberal as Haaretz is, but like there's definitely some articles that are critical of Israel, and most of the articles are not. But it's a Jewish lifestyle magazine ultimately, so it's like it produces the same kind of fucking slop that you hear from all these other places that ultimately serves the purpose of writing Israel defense. Yeah. I brought this up on an episode a while back, but it really made me laugh when one of these big Hosmer accounts posted this poll as if it were a major coup for Israel. Roughly one fourth of Americans saying I'm rooting for Hamas on the phone is a fucking catastrophic result for Israel. Yeah. I mean, that's partially because they presented it as two options, and when you present it as Israel, a nation state, versus Hamas, a group that has been branded as a terrorist organization. And you still get 23% of Americans that on the phone declare their support for a terror organization that is Muslim. Okay, that it's over. It's over at that point because you gave people no option to choose anything else, right? Because you were fearful that if you said Israel versus Palestinians, that these numbers would reflect much larger favorability. And this is an old poll. This is a poll from like right after October 7. I don't know if those, if I recall correctly, this is from like a Harvard Siena poll that was conducted like pretty close to October 7. But yeah, people get the option of these two. They're going to go with, well, not Israel. Okay. So you kind of locked yourself into this. But yeah, here is the new Pew Center research numbers. Obviously, negative views of Israel has risen in the United States. U.S. adults from 2022 who have a unfavorable view of Israel grew from 42% to 53%. They're even losing Republicans, which is crazy. And they've lost damn near the entirety of the Democratic Party at this point. But you might be wondering why. You might be wondering why this is not reflected in our politicians. And the reason for why it is not reflected within our politicians is because they're all old as fuck. And they are genuinely terrified of any sort of counter, any sort of resistance. They do not even want to entertain. They do not want to entertain a constant fucking smear campaign. What they do not realize is that a constant smear campaign and AIPAC money is ultimately negligible if you have the side of the, if you're on the side of the truth and you have the people on your side. It's completely negligible, especially when you create a permission structure by coming out and saying something against Israel, and AIPAC doesn't have enough money to fucking fund every race. That's it. It's obviously different if you're a Republican because U.S. evangelicals have a more favorable opinion of Israel than U.S. Jews do, ironically enough. So obviously, if your base of support draws from a lot of evangelical support, then yeah, you're probably gonna be in a totally different situation. But there is a partisan angle here. Like, it is unconscionable for the Democrats not to use this as a fucking major point of contention. Yeah, it's not just AIPAC. I know. It's all the Israel affinity groups that masquerade as like Jewish advocacy groups or Jewish culture and Jewish lifestyle groups, all these fucking NGOs. They all serve the same fucking purpose. I know. It is a major, major, major industry. Republicans and Democrats are about equally likely to describe the conflict as personally important. In both parties, people age 50 and older are more likely than younger adults to say the conflict is important to them personally. But among Republicans, the gap between older and younger adults is wider than it's among Democrats, 10 points. Younger Republicans are also considerably more likely than older Republicans to say they are not sure whether the war is important to them personally. Jewish Americans are particularly likely to say the conflict is important to them personally, with 93% saying this, including 74% who consider it very important. Large shares of Muslims and white evangelical Protestants say the conflict is either very or somewhat important to them personally. The New York Times author who wrote the article about you is currently the target of a harassment campaign by the L3 community. I know. And he, that's just how that community operates nowadays. That's how they move. Okay, bro, move on already. Who stunlocked this man on Israel this early in the stream? This is newsworthy. I don't know why the fuck you are just discounting this as you got this dude saying shit like this.
A majority of Gen Z have an unfavorable impression of Israel. And my friends, I think the reason for that is that we're losing the digital war. Okay, they're getting their information from TikTok and whatever it is, and we're losing that war. And when you think about it, the masters of the universe are Jews. You know, we've got Altman and AI, we got Zuckerberg, we got Sergey Brin, we got the group across the board, Jan Combs, founded WhatsApp. It's us, and we have to figure out.
I've noticed an uptick of people who want to change the subject when you talk about Israel-Palestine. Yes, because they think it's irrelevant to them. There are some people who are sympathetic to Israel and don't like it when I talk about it too much. There are some people who are haters that want me to stop talking about it because they're worried that it's like changing people's opinions on it. And then there's a lot of people who also personally think, we get it. I got it. It's not that relevant to me. Start talking about the economy. Okay? My goal is to try to get those people who are genuinely in here, who are fans, who also are on our side, right? Who are pro-Palestinian, who are sympathetic to the Palestinian plight, to recognize that this is much larger and a much more consequential problem that is impacting their immediate lives right now. Because it is. Because right now, a lot of Americans are completely and utterly oblivious. Wait, what is it? Mini F? F from hell? What is happening? I don't see the F. It didn't happen on my end. I don't know why you're saying it was a F for... Sometimes people just say like, oh, there's a mini F and it's like a minor blip. And anyway, the point I'm making here is that the current administration uses Israel as a cudgel. The current administration uses Israel and more cynically anti-Semitism and combating anti-Semitism as a way to eviscerate free speech in this country. And if you don't recognize that they are using this for fascist purpose and that this will inevitably move on to other issues as well, I don't know what to tell you. You are asleep at the wheel. You are sleepwalking towards fascism. That's my point. Okay, that is my goal here, is to help you understand what is happening so you are prepared for the future. Ambassador Gilad Erdan at the JNS Org Summit. Israel must lead a global campaign to defund the UN, to dismantle it completely. League of Nations collapsed because it was a failure, and we can convince President Trump it is possible. Like, think about this. Like, these guys are so invested in completing their fucking genocide while also getting unlimited backing from Western Western governments, because they need it. Otherwise, they won't be able to. Okay, that they will literally destroy or try to do their very best to destroy the global fabric, like international institutions, to the best of their ability. And they know that Trump is stupid enough to be able to be convinced, and resentful enough to be convinced. Friend of the show popping off.
Mr. Speaker, today on the House floor, there was an amendment offered that suffered the most overwhelming defeat that I have ever seen in the United States Congress. And for good reason, because it is perhaps the most abhorrent legislative proposal I have ever seen in the United States Congress. The representative from Michigan, Representative Tlaib, introduced a measure that would classify Israel as an adversary of the United States alongside the likes of China, Iran, and North Korea. Fortunately, this proposal was swiftly and nearly unanimously rejected by the House of Representatives. Look at the vote total. A grand total of 3 people, including the author, voted yes. Every single other member, Democrat or Republican, over 400 members, voted no. This sent a very important message regarding what was being suggested with this proposal here. To suggest that one of our most important allies in the entire world, Israel, at this time where it faces so many challenges, is somehow a country of concern, an adversary of the United States comparable to Iran or North Korea, and to single out Israel, this one country, to single out this one country of all the countries in the world. You know, we've seen across America, and in particular on college campuses, deeply disturbing, abhorrent anti-Semitism that has absolutely no place, that we never thought we'd even see anything like it in this country. And I think that when you have proposals in Congress that purge that.
It's a tiny little old country. It's so anti-Semitic of you. Why can't they have a little bit of genocide, man? It's really fucked up. Why can't they have a little genocide while also simultaneously directly demanding unlimited weapons transfers from American taxpayers, you know, and get really fucking pissed off when they don't get that? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand why you're telling me that this foreign country should be branded as an enemy. Of course, it's never going to pass something like this, obviously, duh.
That are very much thematically aligned with the pro-Hamas, anti-Semitic encampments that took over universities across the country. It is very important that that is condemned strongly and unequivocally. And I'm very proud that that is exactly what the House of Representatives did today.
You know what's funny about this? How the fuck are there 33,000 people in chat and not a single one knows who they are? Well, look at that. Yay votes for Tlaib, Omar, and Presley. Now, you want to know something funny about this take? People will never understand this. People will never understand this. But Rashida Tlaib doing this is actually trying to save the soul of America. You will never be able to convince the overwhelming majority of people, but unironically, just like when I routinely criticize Israel and separate Israel from Judaism, I am trying to defend Jews and Judaism in spite of the attempts from Zionists, Jewish and non-Jewish alike, that constantly package Israel's abhorrent, violent actions as a byproduct of Judaism. The reality of the matter is, when Rashida Tlaib says Israel should be considered an enemy of the state, that is actually a saving grace for America. I just figured this was a meeting where these folks would compare how much money they were each getting from AIPAC. Yeah, this is so funny. I joined leaders Jeffrey, Senator Booker, Carson, NEA President Becky Pringle, and the Capitol steps in the faith of leadership. Yeah, the more Bernie Sanders and AOC go out and do these massive rallies, the more I feel like the establishment Democrat side is just like doing shit like this. 2% of Jewish Americans say Trump is favoring Palestinians too much is a really funny take. What is powerful about this moment? They didn't even say what they talked about. No, they did. It was live streamed.
Tell you about an incident that you probably...
Oh yeah, we'll talk about this in a second. Let's get to the U.S. Citizens' children being detained by the administration and also being deported alongside their migrant parents. because that's the situation where that's what we're watching right now.
President Trump's deportations are drawing controversy once again. This time, 3 children, all U.S. citizens, have been forcibly removed from the U.S. with their migrant mothers and sent to Honduras. Lilia Luciano is here with more. Lilia, good morning.
Good morning to you, Adriana. These children, ages 2, 4, and 7, are U.S. citizens and were sent with their mothers who were deported Friday morning. According to the family's lawyers, the women were arrested during ICE routine check-ins and were given virtually no opportunity to speak with lawyers or their family members. In the case involving the 2-year-old, a Trump-appointed federal judge in Louisiana raised concerns that the Trump administration appears to have, quote, deported a U.S. citizen without any meaningful process, end quote. The president's border czar, Tom Homan, disputed that claim on Face the Nation Sunday.
That female had due process at great taxpayer expense and was ordered by an immigration judge after those hearings. So she had due process. Again, this is parenting 101. You can decide to take that child with you, or you can decide to leave the child here with a relative or another spouse. Having a U.S. citizen child doesn't make you immune from our laws of the country.
We are not sure of the immigration status of the girl's father, but we do know he tried to have the child's legal custody temporarily transferred to his sister-in-law, who is a U.S. citizen. According to court documents filed by the child's custodian, ICE agents refused to honor a request to release the girl to the custodian, stating that it was not needed because she was, quote, already with her mother. Adding to this very layered situation, in the case of the 4-year-old, lawyers say the child has a rare form of cancer and was removed from this country without medication. Meanwhile, one of the women deported is pregnant. Anthony.
Lilia, thank you. Very complicated case, and typically these are adjudicated in a much longer process.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about what's happening on the interior. On Friday, there were 3 American citizen children born here who were deported along with their mothers from Louisiana down to Honduras. And according to advocates, one of them is a 4-year-old child with stage 4 cancer, a rare
straightforwardly a fucking demon, dude.
Form of metastatic cancer, who was sent back to Honduras without getting to talk to a doctor and without medication. I understand this child's mother entered this country illegally, but isn't there some basis for compassionate consideration here that should have allowed for more consultation or treatment?
Well, it certainly is discretion. I'm not aware of the specific case, but no U.S. citizen child was deported. Deported means you got to be deported by the immigration judge. We don't deport U.S. citizens.
The mother was deported along with the children.
Children aren't deported. The mother chose to take the children with her. Now, when you enter the country illegally, and you know you're here illegally, and you choose to have a U.S. citizen child, that's on you. That's not on this administration. If you choose to put your family in that position, that's on them. But having a U.S. citizen child after you enter this country illegally is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. It doesn't make you immune from our laws. If that's the message we send to the entire world, women are going to keep putting themselves at risk to come to this country. You know, we send a message. You can enter the country legally, which is a crime. That's okay. You can have due process, great taxpayer expense, get ordered moved. That's okay. Don't leave. But have a U.S. citizen child and you're immune from removal, that's not the way it works.
So you don't think there should be compassionate consideration for a 4-year-old child undergoing treatment for cancer?
I didn't say that. I said
that was the question.
ICE officers do have discretion.
Yeah.
ICE officers do have discretion. I'm not familiar with the specific case. I don't know what facts surround this case. I've just made aware of this when you mentioned this morning. I was not aware of that case.
On Friday, a federal judge who was appointed by President Trump said a 2-year-old American citizen child had been sent to Honduras with the mother who was deported. But the judge said, quote, there was no meaningful process. So again, this is another similar situation and dynamic. Shouldn't there be special care when these deportation cases involve small American-born children?
First of all, I disagree with the judge. There was due process. That female had due process at great taxpayer expense and was ordered by an immigration judge after those hearings. So she had due process. Again, this is parenting 101. You can decide to take that child with you, or you can decide to leave the child here with a relative or another spouse. Having a U.S. citizen child doesn't make you immune from our laws of the country. American families get separated every day by law enforcement. Thousands of times a day when a parent gets put in jail, the child can't go with them. These, if you're an illegal alien, come to this country and you decide to have your citizen child, that's on you. You put yourself in that position.
Well, when...
Oh my God. Isn't this guy supposed to be aware of these sorts of things? Like, I know he's lying, but isn't it also a bad look to say, oh yeah, I had no idea my organization is doing this? It doesn't matter at this point. It doesn't fucking matter. That's my point. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Schumer on the Dem response to Trump's shakedown on Harvard. We sent him a very strong letter just the other day. A very strongly worded letter. You see, it's over. Chuck Schumer wrote a very strongly worded letter to Donald Trump. He is, any day now, Donald Trump, a man who we still don't know if he knows how to fucking read or not, is going to read that and go, wow, thanks. Thanks for the feedback. I am going to go extra hard now. This kind of pressure does not fucking matter. You actually have to protest. You actually have to make a big fuss. You have to put your body on the line, okay?
When it came to this particular case, you just pointed out that they could have made arrangements. The father tried, actually, to make arrangements, as we understand it through our reporting. But he and the mother, who were separated since she was in detention after showing up for her appointment, was only allowed a very brief phone call. The father tried to petition to get the child handed over to an American citizen relative. So the mother had to make this decision and took the child with her. It just seems like there could be some more time frame here around due process allowed. That's what the judge is saying there should have been more of a process here.
There was due process. The two-year-old baby was left with the mother because the mother signed a document requesting her two-year-old baby go with her. That's the parent's decision. I don't think the judge knows specifics of this case. Two-year-old went with the mom. The mom signed a paper saying, I want my two-year-old to go with me. That's a parent's decision. It's not a government decision. It's a parent's decision.
The father wrote a note. Anyhow, we have to leave it there. Director, thank you for your time today. We'll be right back.
Yeah, the argument is, we didn't deport these kids. We just made them choose between staying in the U.S. or their mothers. Obviously, it was totally up to them. And what Secretary Marco Rubio is defending here is obviously an indefensible thing. What the secretary is defending here is completely fucking indefensible. Let's hear what he had to say.
On the headline, that's a misleading headline. Okay, 3 U.S. citizens, ages 4, 7, and 2, were not deported. Their mothers, who are legally in this country, were deported. The children went with their mothers. If those children are U.S. citizens, they can come back into the United States if there's their father or someone here who wants to assume them. But ultimately, who was deported was their mothers who were here illegally. The children just went with their mothers. But it wasn't like, you guys make it sound like ICE agents kicked down the door and grabbed the 2-year-old and threw him on an airplane.
No, that's precise, because that's what happened. No, that is literally what happened. Yeah, they did that alongside their mothers, who, again, have U.S. citizen children and U.S. citizen husbands, by the way. So they're in the process. Under normal circumstances, they should be getting U.S. citizenship. Okay? Just so you recognize the depravity here, we're talking about people who are either here on like tourism visas or whatever, or visa overstayers who have children with U.S. citizens. Their children are U.S. citizens. And Marco Rubio is saying, no, you don't understand. These people are illegals. And it's good that this happened.
That's misleading. Yeah. That's just not true.
Just to be clear, because I do want to get to the overhaul at the State Department, is it the U.S. policy to deport children, even U.S. citizens, with their families, and I hear what you're saying, without due process? Just to be very clear there.
Well, no. Again, if someone's in this country unlawfully, illegally, that person gets deported. If that person is with a 2-year-old child or has a 2-year-old child and says, I want to take my child with me, well, then you have 2 choices. You can say, yes, of course you can take your child, whether they're a citizen or not, because it's your child. Or you can say, yes, you can go, but your child must stay behind. And then your headlines would read, U.S. holding hostage 2-year-old, 4-year-old, 7-year-old while mother deported. So the parents make that choice.
I feel like there's a third option here. Third option here is don't deport the mothers that are married to U.S. citizens and have U.S. citizen children. Give them citizenship instead. What an incredibly radical proposition, I know. What an insanely radical proposition. Shocking, I know. Nobody thought about this beforehand. Turns out there is this woke third option where you don't do any of this, because why are you doing this? Are these mothers rabid criminals? Are they fucking violent gang members? Remember when the Trump administration was lying in the beginning of this mass deportation scheme, claiming falsely that they were going after all of these rabid criminals? What happened to the gang narrative? What happened to the terrorism narrative? Remember, it was never about terrorism or gangs whatsoever. That designation came on as a justification because it is that vague, that intentionally vague designation is used in this circumstance specifically to create this incredibly violent, morally repugnant mass deportation scheme.
Imagine those 3 U.S. citizen children have fathers here in the United States. Yeah. They can stay with their father. That's up to their family to decide where the children go. Children go with their parents. Parents decide where their children go. Right. The U.S. deported their mothers who were illegally in America.
Awfully telling of the administration's motivation that they only recently just said that they want to have more American babies at the same time deporting a woman who gave birth to American babies. I wonder if this has anything to do with the skin color of said babies. Yeah. Who makes money in the deportation scheme? I mean, the facilitators do, but this isn't about, this is purely ideological for the most part. That's a big part of this, because white supremacy is purely ideological. There is not really that much of a materialist assessment. You can make one, but you have to also understand, and I do believe this, there is a decent number of Americans who are just genuinely fucking fascist. Like, not like irredeemably fascist, okay? There's a much larger number of Americans who abide by racist and fascist ideology, but that can be convinced to not do that. But there are definitely a decent chunk, I would say like 10% of the country in the most conservative estimates, that are just straightforwardly neo-Nazi style people that like genuinely believe in white supremacy and think that this is very good and that we have to do everything in our power to just deport every single person that's even like a touch browner than they are.
Trump's borders are. Tom Homan facing reporters in the White House briefing room and also facing new questions after a week.
I would say 20 to 30% who just fundamentally believe in making others suffer to make themselves superior or feel happy. Yes. I'm saying that's the reason why I said 10%. Like, look, I'm making up these numbers, okay? I'm making these numbers up as I go along. But I'm saying, by my estimation, this is totally arbitrary. It could be completely wrong. There's like 10% that is straightforwardly saying the 14 words that are like committed almost completely ideologically to Nazi style fascism. And then another 20% to 30% that also think that, you know, this kind of deportation scheme is actually harming more vulnerable populations that then automatically elevates their status. And you are reaching again. What a shock. Really? You think it's a larger percentage that is like ideologically committed to neo-Nazi agendas? Is that what you're saying? Like, what's this fucking argument? Oh, FD Signifier is here. This is a great conversation for him and I to have as well. Doors open. Hold on.
Weekend of ICE actions, including deporting a mother with young children. The children are U.S. citizens. Let me play what Tom Homan said just moments ago.
Caroline, if border crossings are at a record low, why should it still be considered an emergency?
It's because of what has happened on the last administration. We got to ensure that not 1 ounce of fentanyl comes across the border to kill Americans. The president has declared the cartels in Mexico a terrorist organization along with MS-13 TDA. They killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. It's an emergency till we shut it down. It's an emergency till the cartels are wiped off the face of this earth. President Trump's committed to saving every life. Now, I just mentioned gotaways 38 yesterday. Who are the gotaways? Where do they come from? We had over 2 million gotaways under Joe Biden's administration. Why did 2 million people pay more to get away? Under the Biden administration, you pay a cartel this amount of money to cross the border. Cartel's job ends at the border. Just turn yourself in a green uniform. Get released in 24 hours. Get a free airline ticket to the city of your choice. Get a free hotel room. Get 3 meals a day. Get free medical care.
God damn it, the gray boxes are back.
120 days, which is the real reason they came here. Why did 2 million people pay more to get away?
Oh yeah, I'm live already.
Because they didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to.
Civil rights groups say last week's deportations included 3 American children, all U.S. citizens.
Oh,
One
yeah,
of them is
it's
battling
chilly in here
cancer.
for sure.
Let's go to CNN's Priscilla
Got a big old piece of
Alvarez.
slob on your face.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Here, I'll grab that.
And I don't like dogs, but you're really good.
She's a big slobberer for sure.
Yeah.
First thing FD asked is is your dog friendly to black people? How many black people has your dog been around?
Because I listen.
No. I tell people all the time that get like dogs. I tell them to white people to train their dogs to as a puppy to be around like black and brown people in general.
Yeah.
It's not even a joke. Like
it's a real thing.
Yeah.
I now live around way more white people than I have my entire life. And I do not hate white people, but I realize I do hate their dogs. And like if it was my dictatorship that we were setting up in America right now, I would make every white person with a dog register on a list. And go through state mandated training before they're able to. She's like, no, keep going. Keep going.
No, she's been around. She's been around plenty of black people.
Yeah, because the types of things I have seen with white people and their dogs in the last year has blown my mind. I did not know it was that bad. So. All right, Kai, I gotta let you go though. I gotta pay attention to this.
Okay.
To the speed of this chat.
Yeah.
Whatever else is going on. I heard we talking news today.
Yeah.
There's a blackout in Europe or something?
Yeah, there's currently a blackout happening in Spain and Portugal. They're saying it's like
the whole country?
Like there's I think they've like recovered a little bit, but I'm not entirely certain as to where like how it happened, but I think it's because of let's see.
How do we blame this on immigration?
Yeah, massive power outages hit Spain, Portugal, and France, slowing travel and affecting commuting travel. Airports have been disabled. Shops and offices are in the dark. It's unclear how many people have been affected. Parts of France were also briefly hit. The Spanish government is holding an emergency meeting in Madrid. Lights coming back on in central Lisbon. Coco Gauff shares her blackout experience in a dark locker room after the Madrid Open match. Spain declared a state of emergency. What was it? What was the reason?
Yeah, like what happened? It says like, I know countries in Europe are
was it a
smaller
hack
states
or whatever? But
like to take out the entirety of a grid is not just a simple malfunction.
At first, I thought it was because of like a space storm or something. Like sometimes stuff like that happens where it works like a
solar
EMP
flare or some shit.
Yeah. That's what I thought it was, but I don't know. Neoliberals tried privatizing the energy sector and it fucked it up. I mean, I don't know.
Aren't we all running on neoliberal power though? That's like at least the standard is the neoliberals can run a power grid enough to not have
unless
an entire
it's the state
country.
of Texas.
Unless it's Texas, but that's not the they don't have that good old neoliberal effective bureaucracy. They just are running on diet fascism.
Kaya, place.
Oh, that is not how shit happens in front of my house in my neighborhood.
No, she's very well trained. She's awesome.
But I remember you were training like when I was here. I guess was that 2 years ago now? Maybe last summer.
So yeah, like when she was a little baby.
Last summer, yeah, that's wild shit. Yeah, I'm back in the giant Hassan mansion.
Yeah, yeah, you're back. You're back in the bunker.
This house is bigger since the last time I was here. The socialist mansion.
Yeah, it grew larger, and it's also more expensive now because every time my haters grow by numbers, the house value goes up. Now they say I have a $10 million
home.
Now I have a $10 million castle. Yeah,
of course. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about. I did buy a home not long after I left you.
Oh no.
But I'm not. I will be off social media about my house, and also I put kids in this. People give me a pass. Just have kids. Once you have kids,
no, they will not give me a. They'll be like, they'll say socialist, but had a child in a capitalist world and is like damaging the environment.
Gosh, I will say,
because I put my family in this house. Like my family comes and stays with me for months on end. You know what I mean? They don't give a shit about that.
Right. Yeah.
It's like I take care of my family, and they still. There's like AI articles written about how my dad is a billionaire. They say that my dad is a billionaire, and that
he used to hang with Elon Musk's dad.
Yeah, he's one of the richest people in Turkey. They say.
Yeah, wild business. Yeah, the hate for you. Like I knew there was hate for you when I was here last time. I've known that for a while.
Yeah,
it definitely has increased, and it's gotten. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing great.
You're having a moment. You're having a moment.
Yeah. It doesn't really go anywhere. It's because especially because it's always the same shit.
Yeah,
and it's always like incredibly frivolous.
Yeah. My thing is always when I care enough, is to ask for details.
Yeah.
And that's what I've been telling, because now that I'm getting just the fact that I'm positively associated with you, but also once you hit as much notoriety as I've finally gotten to now, you just kind of become an economy of your own, like to have your own haters, to have your own anti-fans.
Yeah, of course.
So what I've been telling people is just listen, when they say something really bad about me, just ask for details. Just tell them to explain. 7 times out of 10, they can't. And those 3 out of 10 times, it's the pettiest, most online brain thing possible.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really go anywhere.
Wait, let me fix this as well. And then we can do this. Here we go.
I clearly need a better camera. This is like,
but these cameras are annoying though. They're Lumix. I wouldn't recommend them. I recommend like the Sony FX. I think it's like FX7 if you're gonna use it. These are studio cameras. They need like they need
all the things.
They need
I
a
see
lot.
This is a much more serious. Even the stand is way more like my shit. I got an a Brio like webcam that's just dangling on top of one of my monitors. I don't even have that shit mounted properly. But I am streaming chat. I am now a Twitch. I'm officially a Twitch not affiliate.
Partner.
Partner.
Or is it above affiliate?
I don't know. Whichever one.
Do you have a check?
No, I don't have a check. So I'm
so you're affiliate.
Okay, I'm affiliate. Well, I'm getting paid.
Yeah.
I've made $200 off Twitch in the last.
Yeah, you
month.
can get paid as an affiliate. Yeah.
So check me out. I'll save all my shout outs for later in the chat.
Yeah.
But
and have you watched Sinners yet?
Oh yeah, of course.
Then we gotta talk about that as well.
Yeah. I'm Sinners.
So good.
Sinners was amazing. I'm in the middle of fighting people about Shedeur Sanders. I don't know if I don't know if that's ready for your chat. I don't know.
No, we could talk about that too for sure. We can talk about Bill Belichick too if you want
to. That's a perfect segue, because Bill Belichick. The people call me anti-white. No one's more anti-white than Bill Belichick.
Really?
Yes. And people would think it's the opposite.
Yeah, because of Tom Brady.
Because of Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. I researched this recently because he had his own rant section in this Shedeur Sanders video that should come out tomorrow, and I cut it because I was like, I'm getting off topic. This is a whole other video now. He's had more white receivers than like the entire league combined. As like his one tenure of coach. Now it was 20 years, but like no team has had that. He had, I think it was 9 different wide receivers in a 15, 20 year coaching career at New England.
So he's doing DEI, you're saying?
It's even worse than like it is how they describe DEI, but it's worse in that he's doing it on purpose specifically so he can control and underpay his employees. That's the really insidious part. Yeah, you didn't think about that shit, did you? Like Belichick, because the reason why I brought him up during the Shedeur shit is that the NFL has never really like embraced the fact that it has these rich black millionaires that come into their league wearing all the jewelry, being flashy. The way ironically Deion Sanders like showed the league you build a black star. So they've never really been a fan of that, but they've tolerated it because like these are stars, they're popular, whatever. But Bill was like, no, never that. So if you go and you look at Bill Belichick's like NFL record as a coach, it's not his winning record, but the type of players that have played for him, he's never had a superstar outside of Tom Brady. He's only had contributors. And then the type when he does get a high level player, it's usually after after that player has gotten in trouble somewhere else. So when you look at some of the players, the best players that Bill Belichick has ever had, Antonio Brown for a week, Chad Johnson, Chad Ochocinco for like a year or two, Terrell Owens for like a year, Albert Hainsworth, Corey Dillon, Dante Stallworth, like the list goes on, that he hardly ever would pay you. If you had an attitude coming into the league, Bill didn't have nothing to do with you. You take that attitude somewhere else.
They're saying Randy Moss.
Randy Moss, thank you. That's another one. I knew I was forgetting one. Randy Moss is another one. So just like Randy Moss, right, comes in the league, is great, but keeps getting in trouble, keeps having run-ins with the law or wherever. I think Randy Moss only had one run in the law, but he's very much a pariah. And then after being a pariah for multiple years, he goes to New England. He keeps his mouth shut because he knows if he doesn't do his thing at New England, keep his mouth shut, he's probably out the league. Resurrects his career, I think Randy actually never got a Super Bowl, ironically, with Tom Brady. He's the best receiver to ever play with Brady. I don't think he ever got a Super Bowl. Hernandez, right? Hernandez is another one. Hernandez is the only person that he took on with alleged character issues, or maybe he didn't know Hernandez was a secret murderer.
Well, I mean, not to that degree, probably.
You're probably not to that degree.
I don't think anybody knew that it was like that.
But the flip side, right, is so we have all these black guys with character issues that are elite talents. They can't be on the team outright. They have to come after they've been through the ringer.
Mm-hmm.
But he loves going and grabbing Gunnar Zolewski off of in the 7th round of a draft and seeing if he can turn little Gunnar Zolewski into his next Julian Edelman or Wes Welker or Chris Hogan, or I think I had a list, but I erased that shit. But it's like somebody in the chat, go ahead and go ahead to Pro Football Reference and get that Amendola. I think Eric Decker played for him for a second. There's a ton of different white receivers, and they're all the same guy. Except for maybe Eric Decker, they're all 5'9", undersized, marginally athletic, but really hungry, scrappy white guys. He plays smart. He plays the game right way. Sneaky athletic. All that shit.
Lunch pail.
Brings his lunch pail every day. None of them ever got paid by him. They never got. He would have them there because he could control them. They wouldn't say shit. And he could give them middling contracts like he did everybody. He didn't even pay Tom Brady. I don't know what they were doing with their fucking salary cap that whole time. Yeah, so Bill Belichick hates white people. That is the take here you find on the Hasanabi.
Okay, this is good to know. I mean, yeah, underpaying Tom Brady is a perfect demonstration of hating white people and not giving white people the appropriate.
What they deserve. DEI ruined Tom Brady's his marriage.
Yeah.
DEI ruined Tom Brady's marriage.
All right. So we're not going to be talking about sports any longer, chat. So stop freaking out.
Your chat is like my viewers. It's like,
they're like, dude, stop talking about sports. Get back to the fucking Trump administration. What we were covering earlier today was the Trump administration deporting U.S. citizen children 2, 4, and 7 years old alongside their parents. These are not like the violent criminal gang members that the Trump administration claimed that they were deporting on this like mass deportation scheme. And instead, lo and behold, they're deporting random people. Many of them, majority of them, overwhelming majority of them don't have any criminal background whatsoever. Shocking. And the Trump administration is actively working to deport these people. And now, alongside their parents, they're deporting their children that are American citizens as well. Mm-hmm. These people are also married to U.S. citizens, too, on top of that. That's what's going on. Judge says 2-year-old U.S. citizen appears to have been deported with no meaningful process. The girl was deported Friday with her mother to Honduras, despite her father's efforts to keep her in the United States.
That's wild.
So... it is shockingly cruel and completely unjustifiable. It's cruelty for the sake of cruelty, and here we are. You know,
she's joining us from the White House right now. Priscilla, you were at that briefing. What did Tom Homan say this morning?
Well, Wolf, the White House is certainly highlighting the progress
Can I just point out
that
Priscilla
they have.
Serving cunt though, like she go back like 3 seconds and look at this serve she's giving the camera. What?
I think you're wrong. I think Wolf is serving cunt as well.
Is Wolf serving more cunt? No, that's
Wolf is always serving cunt. I have to recognize that. Apparently he knows who I am. So that's
okay. Well, we shout out the Wolf.
Shout out Wolfman.
Well, if the White House is certainly highlighting the progress that they have made and say they have made along the U.S.-Mexico border, where the numbers have plummeted over recent months. But of course, as you just mentioned, all of this is happening against the backdrop of what we are learning about 3 U.S. citizen children who were sent back to Honduras with their mothers. Now, these are 2 separate cases. This is in both cases, according to court filings, these mothers had been going to routine ICE check-ins when they were detained and then later removed to Honduras. Now, when that occurred, when they were detained, they were given the option to be removed with their children, and they opted for that. But the attorneys in these cases say that there was very little time to make any decisions or have conversations with relatives. And so they are raising the alarm again about the lack of due process. Now, when I asked the White House border czar about this, he said again that this was the decision of the mothers. Take a listen.
This is a decision of the mother.
If you choose to have a U.S. citizen child, knowing you're in this country legally, you put yourself in that position. You put your family in that position. What we did is remove children with their mothers who requested the children depart with them. This was a parental decision. Parenting 101. The mothers made that choice.
Is this
now? If you recall,
people, because I have, you have your enemies, I have my enemies. My enemies, thankfully, are less unhinged. But so I've been on this balancing act trying to engage with black liberals around stop being black liberals.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, he worked for Obama, didn't he? The borders are that they just showed.
Tom Homan? Yeah. He did. Obama. He worked at ICE under Obama.
Pretty much the same exact role, or not maybe not the head role.
Yeah.
But like in the same capacity.
Yes, but also so the thing is, Barack Obama did this thing where they restructured what they considered deportations to mean something different than what it previously did. So there's like 2 different types of, I guess, deportations, right? There's the catching someone in the process of like entering the border and then quickly sending them back, versus interior deportations, interior removal versus removal at point of entry.
Right.
The Obama administration changed what deportations used to mean to everyone being stopped and returned at point of entry, which is why his numbers grew dramatically. Part of the reason why he did this was to capitulate to right-wing framing on this, to make the claim that like, no, we're taking this very seriously. Right?
We're taking reaching across the aisle.
We're doing expedited removal. We're doing we're catching people crossing the border and then subsequently removing them. And so the deportation numbers exploded. Another part of the problem, I guess, is that there are more people trying to enter the country under Democratic leadership because I think undocumented migrants perhaps naively think that Democrats
are
less
their friends.
Democrats are kinder and more humane than Republicans, not realizing that they're not. Right.
The kids were in cages at that time as well.
Yeah, exactly. So the major difference in Trump 1 versus Obama was that Trump decreased the limitations that ICE had for engaging in interior removal, because the understanding broadly for Americans was relatively sympathetic to migrants in general. We are surrounded by undocumented migrants, some of which we know are undocumented, some of which we don't know are undocumented. It's just a normal part of living in the United States of America. There's like more than 10 million, according to Trump's estimations, 20 million undocumented migrants. That's a big chunk of the U.S. population. And therefore, the idea is that like if you've been living here and you obviously haven't done like an egregious crime, because you've been living here for a decade plus, like that it is whatever, like it is what
Figure
it
that
is.
shit out.
And that Americans actually, ironically, overwhelmingly choose mass amnesty for people like that over deportation when given the option. The problem is the Democrats have never actually shown that option or never communicated that option, and they certainly haven't done so since the They certainly didn't do so in the Joe Biden administration,
Right.
where they basically
because it
took
became not the best political football. It
Yeah.
became very clear, like under Obama, because you would have been pretty young
Yeah.
at that time. But like I remember vividly, like immigration was not something I thought about until Obama. And now I was in my mid 20s, so I'm not as politically inclined then as I was now. But I'm pretty confident that like the way we think about immigration, the way that's a political football now, that starts under Obama, because that becomes a place to point to. Every couple of years, the right needs to kind of recycle their boogeymen.
Yeah. It was always around, like post Reagan, I would say. It was definitely like a point of contention that the Republicans could constantly hit the button on.
Right.
But it was a known one, and it grew in severity, I think, under the Bush administration, and then certainly grew under the Obama administration, because it was like a great way to attack Barack Obama, to be like, oh, he is doing an apology tour globally, and he wants America to be run over by Mexicans.
Yeah.
It's just like pure white nativist nonsense.
Yeah.
Obama, on the other hand, was still pretty horrible when it came to immigration as well. But he did something that the Democrats used to do back in the day before Biden, and that is a back and forth. Like Obama used to do the I'll give you some concessions on immigration, but then I'll get something in return.
Mm-hmm.
That was the bargain. That was the idea that like Obama was going to be the deporter in chief, which was ridiculous and unjustifiable, of course. But then simultaneously, he was going to do the Dreamer Act, right? For DACA, the Deferred Action on Childhood Arrivals. For those of you who don't know, DACA is a program that was implemented by executive order under the Obama administration to offer some protections with very, very severe restrictions and very severe qualifiers to children that had crossed the border alongside their parents and had grown up in the United States of America. They would get deferred action, as in they would get protection from deportation, basically, as long as they went to school, got a job, did not leave the country. Like there are so many restrictions on DACA immigrants. It's actually pretty crazy. So, yeah. Clinton built a wall, Bush created ICE, Obama expanded deportations, but the DACA, Trump is creating a Third Reich based on immigrant persecution. That's a pretty solid assessment of the situation. So, in any case, this is something that I was very critical of the Biden administration on, because I know that they were going to fucking use immigration as a talking point over and over and over again. And and Biden had actually come into office on a wave of pro-immigration activism, because people forget that the attitude towards, and the mistreatment of undocumented migrants under the Trump administration was so gross and so severe that you had Democrats talking about abolishing ICE.
Right.
Now, a lot of that was purely resistance, liberalism, and aesthetics, but
yard flags.
But the overall public sentiment had shifted back in favor of undocumented migrants. But Biden Biden basically didn't do anything about that. And then you have the famous Haitian migrants in Texas getting whipped by Customs and Border Patrol on horseback.
Yeah.
And in the aftermath of that, the Biden administration basically took a very reactionary stance towards migrants in general. And that only calcified this position. And on October 6th, ironically enough, right before October 7th, the Biden administration did something that I consider to be unconscionable, where they adopted the right-wing framing entirely, where the Biden camp came out with their own anti-immigration package, their bill that was written by an Oklahoma senator who was super reactionary, super far right.
And they still couldn't get that through Congress, though.
And
like,
they still couldn't get that through Congress because the Trump administration, or not the Trump administration, the
just Trump
campaign,
at the time. It was like,
Trump
nope.
at the time said, don't do this, don't pass this. And that, however, was a major blow to Democrats in general, because that basically was an admission that the Democrats were lying about saying that the border wall is racist, or lying saying that like immigrants, this is a nation built by immigrants for the past, 40 fucking years.
All
the
that shit is
Democrats
completely
said.
gone in like
all
a
that
3
shit's
years
gone.
span.
And they adopted the right-wing framing that immigrants actually constituted a national security threat. That was new because Democrats had not previously agreed to this false notion that immigrants actually constitute a national security threat. But now that they were putting forward a national security focused bill to deal with immigrants and immigrant detention, all of a sudden they were admitting the Republican framing, normalizing this attitude amongst their constituents. The only impact that this had was they didn't win a single Republican vote on this because they were like, oh, these guys are finally competent about immigration. The only impact it had was there were a whole bunch of liberals who get their notes from the Democratic Party who now also believed that immigrants were constituting a national security threat.
Yeah.
That's why Trump came into office with 66% approval on mass deportation.
That's a quick question on that, because hasn't that finally started to drop?
Yes.
I did a follow-up video a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago now, on like my initial Trump take. But that video was like 2 weeks after, I don't know, you haven't done, are you coming out with any 90-minute long video essays anytime soon?
No.
Okay, well.
No.
In the prestige land of the video essayists.
Yeah.
You write the essay, the editing can take 1 to 6 months.
Yeah.
So by the time, and so when I was writing, he had just had like the first, not the first, one of the earliest like popularity polls or whatever. And he was more popular than he's ever been as a president. And part of that was because at the time it was like 60% of people approved his immigration stuff. But it seems like that's finally dropped.
But to be fair to you as well, I had a conversation with Ested Herndon of the New York Times, who I love. I have him on all the time. He's one of my favorite New York Times reporters. And in our conversation, he did a follow-up initially to the original run-up thing that he had done, where he asked like his family members and a whole bunch of people that he'd met on the campaign trail, like what they now thought about Donald Trump. And a lot of people, and this was only like a month or two ago.
Right.
And that attitude has shifted dramatically even since then with the Kilmar Abrego Garcia story.
Right.
Basically, what he had told me at the time was, a lot of Americans are still oblivious to the deportation stuff. They don't really consider it to be a major issue. They mostly were at that time focusing on Elon Musk and Doge and the unpopularity of mass layoffs coming from Doge. My argument always has been, both under the Biden administration, going all the way back to February 2021, when the CBP Haitian migrant whipping imagery came out, was that if the Democrats don't offer a counter narrative to the lies and the smears that these Republicans are consistently presenting, and right-wing sentiment dominates the media about migration, immigration specifically constituting a national security threat, then Americans are going to become more reactionary. They're going to care less about immigrants.
Yeah.
If the Democrats, once Trump was elected, I kept saying Democrats have to launch an opposition against this deportation agenda at some point, because you need to make Americans aware that this is happening. There's far too many things that the Trump administration is doing, but this is one of the most significant, most consequential aspects.
It's also an easy one to display.
Yeah, and it's also, it's super easy to vilify the horrifying practice.
I've seen enough social media posts of watching like ununiformed ICE people walking up to like women and children and essentially threatening them in like the most, coming out of courts. You know what I'm saying? Going into
not even ICE
elementary
agents.
schools.
We found out that ICE doesn't have the logistics to do mass deportation at this scale, which is why they've deputized like random right-wing militias and shit now too.
I did not know that one.
Is truly, truly terrifying. So, and lo and behold, the reports started coming in. Shouts out to ProPublica and all of these other institutions that were investigating the background, the criminal background of all of these immigrants that were being deported to CCOT. And we found out stories of the likes of Andre, for example, from California, the Venezuelan from California, who's a gay hairdresser who had a tattoo of mom and dad on his arms, and he was deported to CCOT. with no due process whatsoever, simply because he had these tattoos, and the DHS was saying these tattoos are enough to say that he is Tren de Aragua, right? Which Trump had declared a terror organization at this point. Like the gang designation had moved on to the terrorism designation. Same with MS-13,
right?
And you know, on top of that, there was a ProPublica report that showed that 75% had no criminal background whatsoever, and up to 90% had, like, you know, traffic tickets or
possession.
Just like really
offenses.
silly nonviolent offenses that don't reach the standard of deportation. And then the administration fucked up and had one of their federal judges or one of their federal attorneys admit that Kilmar Abrego Garcia had a withholding of removal to El Salvador, but the administration had already deported them. So they recognized that they had made a mistake.
What is the status of that, by the way? Because I've checked, I'm traveling and checked out of that.
I'm not certain as to what is going to happen, but there is a court proceeding taking place right now in terms of
because I know
there's an order from a Maryland judge. And I think that that's going to possibly escalate once again, because the Supreme Court gave a unanimous 9-0 decision saying that the Trump administration must facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and yet they have not done so, and they're using facilitate, like the language around facilitate, to mean something it doesn't mean. They're saying it's not effectuate, it's facilitate, and therefore we don't have to do anything, right? So, and the Trump administration is like lying about it too. They're lying about the assessment. They're saying that it was a unanimous decision defending us when it clearly wasn't.
Peep Dark Soul real quick, 503 all the way at the top. It's on. Dark Soul says 2025. Come back. Down, right there.
Oh, 2025. The Klan is still not designated as a terrorist organization. Yeah, of course not.
Right. And because I bring that up because as like, you know, a couple of years ago, this might have happened under Trump. This might have happened under Biden. But do you remember the black extremist, the black identity extremist?
Oh yeah. I remember the FBI designation for black identity extremism.
Yeah,
like black
all
Israelites
7 of them.
stuff.
Yeah, the Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah.
They're being really mean on the street corner. And so like I think about their MS-13 and all these different gangs as terrorist organizations. There's so many like gang culture that's really insidious is what I'm getting at, because you realize gang cultures has been also intrinsically connected to revolutionary action like worldwide historically.
Yeah,
you know, it's gangs that usually where things start. The Black Panthers notoriously united gangs in Chicago. And so like it's just dangerous and scary. I don't have any like deep analysis on that, but like that's not an accident is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah,
like the fact that they're saying we now have the wherewithal. Like what's next? Is it fraternity tattoos? Is it you know, Che Guevara tattoo? You know, that's Antifa. Antifa's a gang. So now we get to deport you. Yes, that's wild shit.
Yeah,
wild
no,
shit.
that is precisely what they're going to move towards, and this dovetails into another conversation that I've been having quite a bit, which is that the Trump administration is very smart and very insidious in the way that they're tackling some of these issues, because they're getting their notes from the likes of the American Enterprise Institute and the Heritage Foundation.
People that have been studying and waiting for this opportunity for literal generation.
Like the unitary executive theory is not one that like the Trump administration came up with. They just simply adopted it in the Republican Party, and all of the think tanks associated with the Republicans and the conservative movement in America recognize Trump as a perfect vehicle to commit to this agenda. It's been implemented for the past 30, 40 years at this point. Same with the Federalist Society. This isn't Trump simply is the guy that is pushing all of this to its logical conclusion. And that's why I say it's insidious. They are eroding the First Amendment first by tackling the issue from non-citizens, from the perspective of people on student visas or even green card holders, as a matter of fact, legal permanent residents that are lawfully inside of the United States, by tackling the issue from the perspective of anti-Semitism, which has a lot of institutional clout and a lot of institutional power due to a lot of these Jewish affinity organizations that are simply there to defend Israel, but like can masquerade as
as anti-racist,
as anti-racist civil rights organizations, similar to the ADL.
Right.
So those institutions, those NGOs, and these organizations, and they get a lot of play within mainstream media. They have a lot of they still have a lot of institutional muscle, and the Trump administration is using that institutional muscle they have to basically collaborate with some of the most radical groups, all the way to like Beitar, which is a fucking 501c3, but it's actually literally a terror cell operating inside of U.S. boundaries, and getting their notes from them to open the door to eroding the First Amendment.
Right.
And once they have set a precedent, a dangerous precedent, then they can utilize it against documented U.S. citizens as well. And not even documented U.S. citizens, but like just American natural-born U.S. citizens as well.
Yeah,
it's a very sinister way of like undermining one of the most powerful, one of the most popular constitutional protections that Americans have, citizen and non-citizen alike.
Yeah, I've definitely been looking at Zillow in Canada.
Yeah, you're gonna move
in case I have to split. I thought about that for you because you're not natural-born. Like
no, I am.
Oh, I thought you.
Yeah, I'm an anchor baby.
Oh, well, I mean, it's not that matters, to be honest with you. You have any tattoos?
No.
Okay, well,
I don't have any tattoos. I'm pretty. What
white. About that beard?
I can shave it and change my name to Hank. And
Hank Abby.
Yeah. The thing is, like I always say, like I'm at the end of that list. Like by the time it gets to me, half of my chat will be deported.
Yeah.
Given my financial status and given my status as a public personality, I'm not saying that like it will never get to that point. I can't make that prediction any longer because this administration is crazy. But like all of those combined make me they put me in the back of the list.
Yeah.
If I was who I am as a student activist, then I would be closer to on the possible CCOT list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean similarly, I've had that kind of like because when Trump got reelected, going into the election, me and my wife talked a lot about, all right, so what do if he wins, and then afterward, what do? And it's a constant conversation, especially with every like I think people said, oh, this is gonna be bad. I don't know who knew it would be this bad this quickly. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like he's already releasing Trump 2028 hats.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like they're soft launching, a complete rearrangement of everything that America has stood for within the first 100 days. So it's no telling how bad it will get. I'm probably a little bit further in from you economically, but I'm still black and I have a very particular history that's attached to my time here, my family, etc. Not like my family, like my mother and father, people that are behind me, and then I'm thinking about my own children. And I think about the fact that I have the resources. Canada's expensive as shit. I didn't know this until I started Googling, but I have the resources to get the fuck out of here at this point in my life. But like the reality of the situation is that by the time it's time to get the fuck out of here for the average person, it's gonna look like The Handmaid's Tale. You know what I'm saying? Or worse.
I'm also too stubborn. That's the other thing. Like I'm not,
You are.
I'm very
sick.
stubborn. I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere.
Like if I were you, I would have reduced down to 1 4-hour stream a week. Like 3 years ago.
No.
I told you that last time I was like, hey, you should stream less. You should take more naps, do some yoga, and stream less. But you have cranked it up. But also to crank up, on a lighter note, the irony of Trump being back in office is that like immediate aftermath of the Democrats being like, oh, we need a leftist Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, Hassan. And I was like, I mean, yeah, but we also don't necessarily need the leftist Joe Rogan. We just need.
I agree. Which it's ironic because I've been saying that nonstop, and like
You're saying that has made you the leftist Joe Rogan.
People don't hear it. I keep saying like this is not an issue that you can podcast your way out of, and that it's not just about having more like leftists, more bros who are leftists or whatever. I mean that can help, but like a lot of people, I think, even with this new recent New York Times piece that just came out, with the unfortunate title. I don't know if you saw it.
No, you have a New York Times piece?
There was a new New York Times style section piece that came out, and it basically, let me see, a progressive mind in a MAGA body was the original title.
Oh God!
But they changed it to a progressive mind in a body made for the manosphere.
Dude, what are your proportions?
No, I don't know.
Even in real life, seeing you kind of being this proportion, it's still jarring.
I guess. But yeah, this was a long, it's an 11-minute long article, and it mostly focuses on the aesthetics of me being like a bro,
right?
And not really about like, I think a fairly significant part of this equation, which is like what I'm saying, how I speak to the issues that Americans experience.
Yeah.
I think part of the reason why they do that is because it would have to come with the recognition from the New York Times that,
the Democrats are bad.
Well, they'll say that. They'll usually say that from a right-wing perspective.
They'll say that like, well, New York Times I know is a little less progressive, but like the more progressive criticism that goes to the Democrats, it's like the Democrats are losers or they're losing, right? They're not winning, but no one wants to say these things we're doing are bad for people, and that's why people have rejected us. And no amount of bros, no amount of you and what's the kind of fat white guy? He's a comedian.
Tim Dillon?
Sure.
There's a bunch of
You're like one of 3 white people I know. That's famous. It's Stavros.
Stavros, Stavi, baby.
Like no amount of you and Stavi and insert some other cool guys here, like on a podcast, is going to motivate the average, because one of the things I brought up in my limited analysis of the election is that a lot of white dudes just stayed home and they're not engaged online. They're not engaged with politics. They don't actually know shit.
The ones that did go out and voted for Trump.
And the ones that, but that's like a unique, like even now, like I think it was really useful to point out that Trump has never had a popularity above like 50. Above like 40.
Post-election he did, but that went away very quickly.
Right. So he's never had high popularity. But he does have his fans and his sycophants and his followers and his evangelical wing. But like most regular people are repulsed by Trump, but not repulsed. That most regular people are indifferent because a lot of the things that he represents that other people see as problems, they're like, that sounds kind of bad, but whatever. You know? And so like those people aren't going to be motivated by culture war stuff. They're not going to be motivated by, political theater. They're thinking about basic needs being met. The rent,
affordability
is my job.
Even the people that voted for Trump, that especially like I think a lot of Gen Z, a lot of Gen Z men certainly had like that culture war attitude. But a lot of Gen Z men also, and a lot of like younger people were like, I'll give this a shot in the dark, in the same way that they did in 2016, where they were like, I want to break the system.
Right.
The system is not helping me. I want to break it with a mallet.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm going to vote for not the person who represents like
the system,
elite,
who's telling us this is working fine. Just let us keep doing our job.
And how do you get to that? You get to that level. You find a new base of support by getting young men on board, because young men that were too young to remember how shitty the Trump administration was are willing to also entertain that notion.
Right.
This is a resentment towards institutions and status quo politics that led to Trump winning in 2016. It was something that I kept repeating in the buildup to this last election, where I just kept saying like, there is still, like, people were talking about the economy having a soft landing. And I was like, dude, in 2016, the economy was significantly better than it is now, and people still voted for Trump because it wasn't good for them.
Right.
You're looking at the wrong metrics.
Yeah.
You're not looking at the anxiety that people feel. I know that that's like a trigger word almost, where people go, oh, white men and economic anxiety. But like, yes, white men who have racist tendencies, or white people who have racist tendencies, are far more susceptible to leaning in the direction of culture war resentments if they also have a lot of instability.
Yeah.
If they also are recognizing a lot of instability in their lives.
Yeah.
So the best way to combat that is by giving them something.
Yeah.
And the Trump administration gives them something. The Trump administration says, we are going to further undermine the people that are beneath you, that you see as beneath you, and that will magically elevate your status, like the LBJ quote, right?
Right.
Whereas,
I mean, that goes back to the antebellum South. That's
exactly.
literally white sharecroppers endorsing the Confederacy because it meant that they still had a spot on the pecking order above, you know, enslaved black people at the time.
Yes, exactly.
White people are like white Americans are like badass kids. And you just kind of have to, well, I'm thinking about like as a teacher.
Yeah.
Right? When I was a teacher, I knew who my badass kids were.
Yeah, you mean like bad kids?
Badass kids.
You mean badass? Like, what do you mean by badass? You mean like bad kids?
Like, well, yeah, like bad.
Yeah, bad
like
kids.
bad kids.
Yeah, because badass is like positive connotation.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever used badass in a positive connotation, actually.
Well, white people use badass.
I know. But I do know that
It's
that's
saying
like
radical.
a white
Radical.
Radical. No, badass. No, badass is. I do understand.
You mean like asshole?
You're code switching for me now.
Yeah, you mean like asshole kids? Yeah, asshole kids. Yeah.
So
yeah.
asshole kids exist in every class, and like, you know, a lot of my commentary about like the race policies of this has, you know, been unpopular for reasons I understand, and some of it I amended in that last video. But I'm still of the mind, like when I say, like I'm not confident in AOC, not for any other reason than she is not a white man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think the psychopath y'all have running this state is probably who's going to win the
I hope
the
not.
nominee.
He fucking sucks.
I do too, but again, white people are badass kids, so you have to jingle keys like there's a classroom with 30 people, and 13 of them are these badass kids, and you have to teach your lesson. You got to get through the class session. You can't call the principal to come get them because that's not something that happens in high need schools. You have to get them through the classroom, and you're counting on getting these 17 other kids to meet the standard, whatever else. So you have to design a lesson plan that neutralizes the badass kids. You have to figure out what's going to get them to shut the fuck up and chill out. Is it a video? Do you give them comic books? Do you turn on some music? Do you sit with them like I've had like, and this is not this is actually with white kids. When the 1 year that I taught white kids, where I would have like 2 different lesson plans designed. One lesson plan for the kids I know that I could work with autonomy, and then like a whole section of my freaky like out of their mind kids, and we're just having a roasting session, and I'm calling it learning figurative language. Like literally, I've done that before.
Yeah.
That is
Hey, you gotta throw meat. You gotta throw meat in their way. I understand that. What I believe is that if you can earnestly communicate, set up your enemies, and actively go after them, you can overcome you can basically overcome those issues by just being like, listen, dude, I get it. Okay, you're afraid. Well, guess what? Donald Trump didn't fix your life. Democrats, certainly up until this moment, have never even entertained fixing your life. I'm telling you, your potholes are going to be fixed. I'm telling you, you're going to have housing. I'm telling you that you're going to have a good job with decent benefits and a good wage. And I think that the best possible way to overcome that is through implementing class politics as a class-first approach.
Yeah.
Because Americans are not very class conscious. The working class.
They're not openly. They're not like, what's the word? Consciously class conscious.
Yeah, they're not. They are not.
Like that Maggie alone shit lets me know that we're far more class conscious from like a intrinsic level.
Yeah. Like in an ironically almost reactionary way, where people only recognize their the issues that their class position presents when something like that happens.
Right.
But that is yet another instance of like how bad things have gotten, in my opinion. Americans are class conscious. Of course, billionaires are very class conscious.
Very class conscious.
But my point is like someone going about a class first political message can get a lot of leeway that way and not fall into the same traps. But that would require, unironically, attacking Democrats as well, and almost like a reverse Trump, like a bizarro Trump, where you have someone who's charismatic enough, who's willing to just like attack the media, willing to attack other institutional Democrats, and willing to declare even members of their own party as enemies. And I think that
would be the first time I would like, just hearing you say that, I'm like, oh man, imagine somebody running as a Democrat that admitted that they suck and pointed at the ones that suck openly. Yeah. That would actually be immediately effective. That would be immediately effective.
Yeah.
Because, and that's also the scary thing about populism, is that populism is like an incredibly useful tool that has like the lowest barrier of entry.
Yeah.
If you're charismatic, and that's why I'm scared of this guy here in California, because I don't know if he's all that charismatic. I haven't seen enough of him, but he looks the part, and he's clearly
his policies and his messaging is so dog shit though. That's the reason why I think he's gonna fail.
But look, so you know him now here, you know these things.
Yeah.
But he could be a whole different person in 4 years from now, or 3 years from now. And that person running for president with the right messaging could easily use the same populist approach.
Yeah. To hit the Barack Obama lines, like
right.
We're a divided America. This is not a red America or a blue America. It's the
one
United
America.
States of America. Exactly. Which is
Barack Obama videos are like, I almost quit YouTube. I did 2 Barack Obama videos in 2022 maybe. And I almost stopped making video essays because nobody watched them, and everybody that watched it. And this is like, I hadn't even fully arrived at the current politics I am now. So it was like the nicest Barack Obama is bad videos I could have ever made. And they flopped in the algorithm, and half the comment section. I mean, now it's fine, but like I remember the comment sections being really angry at me.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, wow. We're clearly, and that was one of the frustrating things about.
He is one of the modern villains, I think, of American politics, like straightforwardly.
Yeah,
like a lot of the shit that he did during his presidency, but also after his presidency, has directly, by I think mere accident too.
It wasn't the thing I'll give Barack Obama is that he believes his shit.
I don't even agree with that. I don't believe that.
Well, he did it about black people. His like race politics are 100% the race politics of Gen Xers and Boomers. Toward black people.
No, I agree with that.
So everything else maybe not. I think he was just trying to play the middle. I don't know why he was so important. That was so important to him.
No, I think it's because he also was like firmly committed to neoliberalism,
right,
and was disingenuous enough to like push forward a populist message to win an incredible mandate, only to then turn around and just do
that's why I say I think he legit loves neoliberalism.
He does, yeah.
He loves
he
that
also
shit.
He also I think is like, I think he's a deeply selfish person who only cared about elevating his own status.
Oh yeah.
And that in and of itself is like perfectly visible in what he chooses to talk about right now in the second Trump administration. Part of the reason why I'm also saying this is also because of his betrayal against Jeremiah Wright, and his betrayal. Like he used Jeremiah Wright to basically get like momentum in Chicago politics.
Do you know okay, so you know the deep lore. Barack, like Obama was too white and too Ivy League when he ran the first time. He got beat the shit by Bobby Rush, I think. Some ex-Panther.
Yeah. Who also is, ironically enough, now, I think he's
not a MAGA, no.
No, but last thing he did was endorse Michael Bloomberg.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. The black bourgeoisie, they loved Michael. Like, I remember, I knew several Bloomberg fans in Atlanta, the home of the black bourgeoisie.
Stacey Abrams.
Stacey Abrams being one of them.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happened with her. I feel like they let her out I don't know. I feel like she could have helped, but maybe was this shit happening that I didn't know about?
I think Stacey Abrams is like, one, being
She's laying low.
a black woman, she already gets like a shit ton of resentment from a lot of people. But then also on top of that, she was not charismatic enough in the same way that Barack Obama is to like navigate through that while also maintaining the same exact attitude of Barack Obama in terms of like
neoliberal politics,
calcified institutional defense, defending Michael Bloomberg, bringing her lawyer friend on board in a somewhat.
I've heard people are going. They were trying. I think one of the reasons why she's gone, I've heard locally, is that the local Republicans are trying to like go after her legally.
Oh yeah.
But I just remembered like being well aware. Like the only reason Biden won Georgia was because of the work she was doing in Georgia, and I think nationwide, but definitely in Georgia with like the voter stuff.
Yeah.
And like I do know that is one. Who was Jerry Connolly? So
Jerry Connolly is resigning because he's cancer treatments didn't work. He's the face of the Democratic Party. I'm confused. You don't.
Yeah, I don't be paying. Like what is
this?
I have just went to. I am in terms of like mainstream politics. I've kind of checked the fuck out. I'm doing.
We're locked in here. Don't worry. I'll fill you in on everything. Yeah, he's not seeking re-election and is stepping back soon as oversight ranking member. Jerry Connolly is cancer ridden. Okay, and he's a long-serving Virginia Democrat. And he announced his diagnosis 6 months ago. I promised transparency, Connolly said in an open letter to his constituents Monday. After grueling treatments, we've learned that the cancer, while initially beaten back, has now returned. He was 75 years old. Now, what's interesting is AOC was trying to get this position as the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, right? And Nancy Pelosi,
good old Nancy,
was in a fucking hospital with a broken ass in France because she fell and broke her ass. And from that hospital, she was making fucking phone calls to be like, no, it has to be Jerry Connolly as the ranking member. She's not even a part of the Democratic Party at this point. She's literally like Speaker Emerita. She has like a position of a lot of influence, but basically was using all the influence that she has within the Democratic Party to make this guy, 75-year-old with cancer, the fucking ranking member of the Oversight Committee as opposed to AOC.
These are easy targets. It's frustrating when you put it like that. Like what you like. This is feeding into something you said earlier, which is
Nancy Pelosi fought from a French hospital bed with a broken hip to keep this geriatric with cancer. Yeah, there's it from there. To keep this geriatric with cancer in office so she could snub AOC. Now 6 months later, he's having to step down from oversight ranking member anyway. The Democrat, says Mike from PA. Absolutely correct. Oh, incredible stuff.
But yeah, so the Democrats, like Nancy Pelosi, nobody likes her. She's an easy target.
Jerry's a young 74, cancer notwithstanding, Congressman Beyer said, as they literally took the position away from AOC.
That sounds like a really funny line from like a I don't know who makes comedies now, but like that's a great comedy line.
Yeah, you have to wait your turn around here. Representative Marcy Kaptur, a 4-decade veteran of Capitol Hill, told Notice. Great. That's just the way it works, they said.
Yeah, so these are easy marks. These are easy marks for any, and that's again the scary thing. And maybe it needs to be maybe this is AOC's like line in, where like it would not be hard to come up as a progressive populist by targeting these geriatric Democrats that have been doing fuck shit for the last 30 years.
Yeah,
this guy obviously, I guess Pelosi. I can't remember South Carolina, the black guy in South Carolina who I hate, whose name I can't remember right now. Like Eric Adams, like it wouldn't be much to just come out and say, because people are saying like the irony of like the right wing talking point around black conservatives is that every black Democratic voter, even the ones that were highly enthused about Kamala when she was running, knows the Democrats ain't shit. We've known this forever. We just don't feel like there's much to do about it other than, continue to push the fascism down the line a couple of years, which is, clearly that didn't work this time around.
Yeah.
So like if someone were to come forward and be like, hey, I'm willing to say that these guys suck. But I guess the thing is though, that also, I was talking to, who was I talking to that said this? Some recent podcast I was on mentioned that we're also primed for a Tea Party movement. And the Tea Party movement is actually the precursor to what allows Trump to be a thing.
I've been talking about this for quite a while. I'm very familiar with the Tea Party movement. The problem with that is that it was not an organic movement. It was actually completely created by the Koch brothers.
Get George Soros to do it.
But George Soros loves the institutional Dems. That's the problem. George Soros is and it's not even George, it's Alex now, because George is like basically dead. His son, Alex Soros, who is married to Huma Abedin, Hillary Clinton's famous advisor, Huma Abedin, who was married to Anthony Weiner back in the day.
Okay.
Yeah, so like these guys are not, like, they're not invested in a Bernie style left populist uprising within the democratic infrastructure, because a left populist movement would undermine their position as billionaires.
Right.
So why would any billionaire
contribute to their own
demise? Exactly. So
it hence me keeping my I'm just saying prepared.
Yeah.
It's me being prepared.
It's not gonna,
which people should all be.
It's just not. It's not gonna happen, is what I'm saying. It's not going to happen in that way. It has to be grassroots, and it has to. And there is grassroots momentum, grassroots mobilization, and that's why I don't. That's why I don't like shit on all these mainstream institutions that are coming around to like offering people like myself coverage, because they recognize the popularity, but they don't want to scratch the surface of like where that popularity comes from. So they just stick to the aesthetics. It must be because he has this like MAGA adjacent packaging.
Because he's a bro.
Yeah, it's because he's
plays
a bro.
basketball.
They don't.
He's got a dog.
Yeah, they don't realize that, like, no, a big part of my popularity also comes from my honesty and stubborn attitude, where like I'm telling it like it is, you know, in the most basic terms. Like, that's precisely the reason why, no matter how much funding other like Democratic Party adjacent groups might get, and how much momentum they might get, and there are examples of this out there in independent media, the David Pakmans and the Midas Touch of the world. Like, there is a limit to how much
the establishment only wants to go to the surface level.
Yeah.
And see how they can co-opt it and integrate it into the system they've already built to feed the same machine.
Yeah.
With that, I watched your video the other day with a little Schadenfreude. We're doing news. I was about to, because I just watched your Daily Wire Schadenfreude video where everybody's channels are dying, which I always knew that their subscriber count never matched their like popularity. People will subscribe. Well, first off, bots, one.
Yeah.
Also, people will subscribe to channels. Reactionaries will subscribe to a channel that says a mean thing about insert population here they don't like and never watch again because it's not something they're actually motivated by. Fuck, I forgot what I was going with that. Well, but it's funny to hear.
They're falling apart partially because of the popularity, I would say, of the Trump administration. Like, there's no need for guys like that when Trump is in power, and then Trump is in power and your financial situation is not getting better. You go, okay, what the fuck is this? I thought if we just like dominate trans people enough, then we'll ultimately get financial freedom.
Remove DEI, then I'll get the job that I'm not qualified for.
And it's like, that's precisely the problem. That's not happening. This happened in the first Trump administration as well. A lot of these like right-wing guys that got so much prominence leading up to the election started slowly dying out. Some of them straightforwardly were white nationalists and white supremacists. And a lot of people started moving away from that because people recognized that this kind of politics in practice was gross and it was too much for them. Like child separation as a mechanism of deterrence was like a bridge too far for many people. And so, you know, they realize that this is bullshit, that they're being served bullshit.
No, what I was trying to figure out from when I was watching the video was why are Morgan Cooper, is that her name? Something Cooper?
Brett Cooper.
Brett Cooper. Why are her and Asmund Gold still working? Like, what are they doing? Like, because I do not, like, I've tried to watch, I try to keep up with shit, right, a little bit. I'm a video essayist nerd for real. That's why I'm good at my job.
Yeah.
Because that's all I really watch on YouTube most of the time, in between like a football podcast and something about anime or a horror story, whatever. But I'll dabble when I see things are popping off on the timeline. Okay, who's this? What's this? What's happening? And I don't know. Do I even want to start fires with certain people while I'm here? Because I've also gotten blowback from another individual that whose name I don't want to bring up, who had people emailing in my DMs a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, yeah, I have nothing to do with this. Please stop. Don't give me an excuse to make a video about it. But I'm wondering, like,
I feel like I know who you're talking about.
I've never seen Brett Cooper videos. Never popped up on my timeline.
Yeah.
I only remember her because you mentioned her years ago.
I'll tell you what it is. Brett Cooper is like the right wing's answer deliberately to what I was doing at the time, because they're much smarter than liberals are in general. Right. They openly admit this to this as well. Like Turning Point USA documents show, like, basically do what Hassan is doing in their fucking.
But it looks so fake, though.
It is, but it doesn't matter. People still.
She's talented enough to carry it.
Yeah, I think she is. I think she is talented for sure. It's because she was doing what I do in the way that, like, I don't always serve you the vegetables. I give you some. I give you some sweet around it as well, right? Like I don't just talk about politics or reveal my worldview every single moment,
right?
But I do it in the process of like reacting to silly shit or talking about culture and lifestyle, and that's precisely what she does, where she focuses on like things that are popping in the ecosystem, like
not enough fuckable. Women in video games.
Well, that's Asmongold. So
that's Asmongold. Okay.
So Asmongold does that as well, where he is like established. He's an established, prominent figure that has like all the reactionary tendencies that gamers have, and he for years and years has been doing this like anti-woke shit in gaming.
Right.
And it was perfectly organic for him to move into the political sphere as well, in the political arena as well, and then talk about Trump from the perspective of content. And present himself as like an apolitical, unbiased guy who just seemingly always on board with Donald Trump.
Right.
So notice how for both of these guys, for Brett Cooper is drama and culture, and for Asmongold is also drama and culture as well, but like mostly gamer related shit. It's not like Ben Shapiro in the way that Ben is a political commentator first and foremost, and boring and nerdy and annoying, and tries to like intellectualize the reactionary ideology. For them, they're just like you. They're a regular guy who has these opinions and thinks Trump is fucking based. There are a lot of people like that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there are a lot of people, especially online, like Asmongold.
The online, because when I started out, it's funny. My first like super big video was about Bo Burnham, and in the middle of that video, I reject the idea of ever being a bread tuber, because I had the suspicion, even though I loved me some ContraPoints and all the OG bread tube founding figures. I had the looming suspicion that the bread tube audience was toxic, and that the environment was toxifying. And not overly serious, right? In terms of like actual, like, action towards, liberation, yada, yada, yada. Plus I just, politics is fucking stressful. But sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Just go off the fucking plane. What I was trying to get at basically is that, like, when I look at the landscape of like what our audience is versus what they do, and then what their audience is versus what they do, it feels like we're going to be much easier in terms of just the career aspect to sustain. Like the fact that I came up under while Joe Biden was president. I don't think so. If we elect, if Kwame Ture resurrects and becomes president of the United States in 2028, and we have the most Pan-Africanist, Black power, worst nightmare of certain people, presidency of all time, I don't think I'm going to lose momentum as a channel. You know what I'm saying? And like,
I mean, I'd probably quit because I would go and join the administration as the propaganda minister.
Yeah, we would do that for you. We would do that for you. We got to talk about white people. Can I plug? Am I too early to plug? We got some more news to get to. What we want to do?
Whatever you want.
Can I? No, I'm gonna stick with water because I know I'm gonna eat. I've been eat like I'm trying to get like you. I'm trying to lose like 20, 30 pounds.
What I eat.
That sounds horrible.
Healthy Middle Eastern chicken. It's actually delicious though.
Okay, a healthy Middle Eastern chicken. See,
yeah.
See that if you just said chicken.
Yeah. What did you think I was gonna get? Just like bland
chicken,
boiled chicken,
boiled chicken, the best way.
No way.
So fucking white people. My where the camera at? Only on Nebula, talking to white people. The first Nebula original feature from FD Signifier. Which you were in. Which you had you had a funny conversation. I don't know if you watched it yet. Everybody,
you told me not to watch it.
Well, no, I told you not to watch the other video I put on YouTube that was about how in whiteifying your presence is, because you're kind of like the son of the online left right now. And like,
I didn't even realize that was what that was about. I thought the video that you didn't want me to watch was the white people one that I was in, because you were saying that it would
ruin the point.
If you watch it, it would ruin the point.
So I made a video talking about the online left like political landscape. Because the thing that I started thinking about since the Drake video, right? So after the Drake Kendrick video, I knew I was about to hit 1 million within like 6 months to a year. I just like, all right, the momentum has been supercharged. I knew I was going to hit it eventually anyway, but clearly I need to start thinking about it actively because it's incoming. And what I noticed is that between first, becoming relevant and like that point, my Black audience had begun to shrink. Not in terms of like losing Black viewers, but
more white people were coming in.
More white people were coming in. The percentage, I think YouTube specifically, like I just don't think Black people get their politics from YouTube. I know like historically, all of the people that I knew were politically inclined were Instagram and now TikTok, Twitter. The video essay as a thing to consume was not something that had crossed over, and then YouTube's algorithms. I think YouTube may have low-key like the worst overall algorithm definitely for Black political content. But I think in general, in terms of like building novel bubbles, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like I know if I stopped using TikTok about a couple months ago because I got hacked, and I was like, all right, that's just God telling me to leave it alone. But I know if I get on TikTok if I get on it for like 3 days straight, within that 72-hour period, I'm gonna have the algorithm I had for that whole 3-year period while I was using it. Because TikTok is so intuitive of knowing what I want and what like I really want to watch, and also what I want to be exposed to, etc. Whereas YouTube is just like, oh, you watched this video, here's 30 more videos from this specific person.
Yeah.
And maybe a handful of videos that this person, other viewers that watch this person watch, which is still good. Like, it's good for me and my channel, right? Like when a video blows up, that's really good for my channel because they will be flooded with my content. But you have to put in so much effort to get YouTube to say, if you like FD, you'll probably like Lil Bill. You'll probably like Andrewism. You'll probably like these people. YouTube doesn't naturally do that. It's one of the reasons why I share so many videos on my
YouTube
page.
Naturally always wants you to somehow loop back around to white supremacist,
right? Or Mr. Beast.
Yeah, that is what it is though. They like YouTube's algorithm is like tweaked in a way where it almost always goes back to fucking politics is almost always dominated by right-wing shit.
Yeah.
TikTok is the only platform where it's like a 50-50 split, and that was enough for people to be like, we
gotta get rid of this.
We gotta
shit.
get rid of it. Yeah. So in any case, let's talk about current affairs' latest reporting from because this kind of goes back to like liberal outlets as well. I'm not disrespecting like Brian Tyler Cohen or David Pakman or whatever. They all occupy this space, and they, I think, do a much better job than some of these other supposedly apolitical centrist or liberal content creators. But from what I understand, the current affairs actually found found out that there was a deliberate attempt by Midas Touch and David Pakman and the Brian Tyler Cohens of the world to purposely avoid talking about Israel. Like where under the Biden administration, they recognized that this was like not
a losing battle.
Yeah. The Midas Touch political podcast has rapidly become the most successful in the United States. This is the Wall Street Journal writes. Downloads and views of Midas Touch on platforms including YouTube, Spotify, Apple more than double over the past month to top 115 million. This is more than twice what Joe Rogan had during the same time period. Midas Touch is run by three brothers, Ben, Brett, and Jordy Maislas. Ben, a lawyer, got a start by interning for Sean Diddy Combs at Bad Boy Records before working in the office of Hillary Clinton and Representative Steve Israel.
That is a interesting set of resume stops on your resume, but okay.
He later became, but I love Midas Touch, like in a somewhat ironic way, because like I always say they do like George Bush era liberalism.
That's
like,
adorable.
I've been a defender of Midas Touch for quite a while because like they're the ones who will make like video compilations of talking about how like the Republicans are pedophiles. Like they're hardcore sometimes.
Lovely.
So I like that. I think you need that.
You need more of that.
I mean?
But so they're leaning into the popular, and they just took over Joe Rogan. That's the only I had never heard of them.
Yeah.
Until like I guess they overtook Joe Rogan in the last couple of months as #1 podcast in the world or the country or whatever.
Like I'd rather have those guys also constantly battling. Like the way I see it is, you don't have to agree with me 100% of the way. You don't even have to agree with me more than 50% of the way. But as long as you understand that Trump is a fascist and that the Democrats need to fight, I'm there with you.
We're off to a start.
Yeah, like you don't have, as long as you're not putting the crosshairs on like people who are more to the left of you constantly and making them your enemy to try to position yourself as like the moderate, reasonable party here.
Right.
Then we're in this battle together, and that everyone plays a different role, and that's the way I see it.
Yeah,
like,
that's one of the things I've adopted as I've gotten bigger is that like I get more criticism from the left as I've gotten bigger, and initially it hurt. I get frustrated.
I never pay attention to it.
Yeah, but I started just platforming those people as much as possible. And then just being like, I'm subscribed and see how that works out for me. We'll work on it. So like, folks, and I do think that is something that more larger creators should do though, is like point to the people further left than them. Whereas like, I do think there's an unspoken, what's the word I want to use here? There's just a posture of everybody knows that, I don't know, folding ideas is on the left, right? But like using those big videos to posture, just like a wink and a nod, is something that everybody who's in AKA BreadTube should be doing a little bit more. It's just a pinch more.
Yeah.
Like, do we acknowledge like the most abrasive, off-putting, elements of the on the left creators? Maybe not. But do you point out the fact that your position is not the end point? I think that's important. And I think more people should be doing that.
Yeah, I have a policy of usually not engaging with the punching of the left.
Yeah.
Partially because, especially if there are not that many people that are more radical than myself, I would say, in terms of being a leftist. But I'm not going to spend any amount of time talking about people like that and like criticizing them and being like, we're not in agreement.
Right, because it's not useful. Because I can't remember who I was having this conversation with. They were like, you guys need to get the freaks of your side in control. Oh, fucking! I'm almost afraid to say his name this publicly, but I feel like I feel shit if I didn't. P.F. Young, he's like he's a centrist kind of guy thing.
I don't know who P.F. Young is.
Oh man, I feel like I don't know if I'm doing something good for the universe right now by broadcasting his name. He's interesting. He's one of the most interesting creators I've watched recently. Jung, Young, Jung. But I did a talk with him, and he had this argument about managing the freaks on your side or something like that. And I was explaining to him that no, that's not actually a useful thing to do.
Many people believe
as you build a if you're trying to build a political activity in the movement.
I think you've brought him up before.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked to him in real life. I've talked to him. He doesn't seem like some of the times when he says stuff, I'm like, all right, I'm never talking to you again. But other times I'm like, there's an interesting there, because he's meme. He's reduced all of this shit to memes, and as dumb as that sounds, as I start thinking about populism right now, it actually feels like.
I mean, there's also J-Reg does that too.
J-Reg, yeah.
A lot of these guys do that.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys.
Him and J-Reg, I think. Yeah, there you go, right there.
Yeah. Or there's the conservative JJ McCullough, who's like a conservative in Canada, so he's like the most woke gay libtard by American standards. But like these guys actually have a political home within the framework of the Democratic Party, because like their defensive institutions and their centrism, their radical centrism, unironically fits perfectly within the Democratic Party, but it actually doesn't fit at all within the popular like actual voters for the Democratic Party don't fuck with that.
Right.
Because most voters for the Democratic Party are not voting positively for the Democratic Party. They're voting because there's no other alternative, and they don't want an incompetent asshole who's like a rabid fascist to become president.
They're afraid that if they don't vote for the Democratic president, that the guy that will become president will create a Gestapo to go and get. Is Gestapo the right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's what I'm getting at.
So, but these guys don't understand that. They're like, they've actually adopted the framework of the Democratic Party completely, even though there is not any real organic popular support for the actual thing that the Democratic Party represents, the actual political like third way neoliberalism that the Democrats represent. So they just have to do memes and try to like.
Did I say it wrong? Gestapo, Kenloy swim team.
No, Gestapo is correct, or Gestapo is correct. But anyway, but the Midas Touch guys don't necessarily do that. They are like fighters, I would say. So they want the Democrats to like fight, and they are still firmly within the ranks of the Democratic Party, but they've been receiving a lot of favorable press. The Times reports that they're fast becoming power brokers in Democratic politics, party faithful hope, finally replicating the influential media ecosystem that Republicans have built over the past decade. They're described as the independent progressive media network that is reshaping progressive media landscape. They have 12 full-time employees, 30 regular contributors, Trump fixer Michael Cohen and former Trump associate Lev Parnas. The one thing that you start recognizing is that there's a reason why they're not all there when it comes to Israel.
Yeah.
Because like Lev Parnas is a TikToker, his son is a TikToker, Aaron Parnas. I shouldn't even know any of these fucking people, but like his son is a TikToker. But again, these guys are all like
I remember that story.
They're super pro-Israel. They're pro-Israel and they're super pro-Ukraine. They have this like unique position, so they don't talk about one of these issues that is like incredibly one of these issues that's like incredibly important to a lot of people,
right, and unpopular,
and also it's just they're trying to navigate this space. They're trying to navigate this space to create like popular momentum behind this this kind of politics, which I agree with, and it's great. I'm glad that they're doing that, but it I think comes across as inauthentic.
I want to sleep like Kaya sleeps.
Yeah.
This is the most like nothing is wrong in the world.
Yeah, she sleeps with her belly up. It's crazy.
Her leg is up. It's like barely.
Her entire content revolves around criticizing Donald Trump and sometimes Elon Musk. As of writing, in the last 7 days out of 108 videos the Midas Touch YouTube channel put out, exactly 5 are not about Trump. 1 is about Elon Musk. 2 are about congressional Republicans, and 2 are about Bernie Sanders' Midwest speaking tour. The title scream in all caps with plentiful exclamation marks. Trump in full collapse as he quickly ruins everything. Thumbnail, falling apart Donald, 1.1 million views. They're getting a lot of fucking views.
Yeah,
now what's ironic is that
is slop though.
But the
and
thing
this is my thing with like populism. Go ahead.
David Pakman was getting a lot of views in the lead up to the election too, because he kept saying like Kamala Harris is gonna win. And then there was an exodus of subscribers that left him, and he couldn't comprehend. He was like, what the fuck's going on? Why do so many people unsubscribe from me? Because they felt burned by being misguided.
Yeah.
And I think it works in the short term where you develop a lot of momentum if you're constantly just like going, Trump is sucks, Trump is ass, or whatever. And Trump is ass, and there is need for this kind of slop for sure.
Yeah, we need the slop, but it does remind me of I think one of our first conversations where you talked about I think it was about drama, and you were like, when people kind of make the entirety of their public content presence pointing at another guy and about how bad that guy is, that only bring in certain types of people for certain types of content. And like once Trump is gone, right? They're not going to find another show. Once Trump is gone, first off, as if that'll happen. Right, inshallah, indeed. But once Trump is gone, what is their podcast if they're not doing anything else to build? And this is my frustration with a lot of this shit, because like I agree with you wholeheartedly that this is a necessary, especially right now where we're essentially starting from the beginning. I said that in a video, like the left, ostensibly speaking, air quotes, right? Being like left of the Democrats. We're like we're the most visible we've been probably in 50 years in terms of like the amount of cultural cachet we have after the CIA murdered and or forced everyone to leave the country. Yeah. Right, in the 70s. So like, yay. But in that 50-year period, the right really got a serious lead in terms of the culture wars, their media savvy, their manipulation of the media, like the Newt Gingrich and trucker radio, like in the 90s, like that. I had a whole video planned about that maybe I'll get back to one day, but like the story of how Newt Gingrich built the modern Republican Party is a slow, methodical process. And so to counteract that, we do need slop, but to sustain it, we do need that slow, methodical processing. We do need...
Because Newt Gingrich, Rush Limbaugh, Glenn Beck, and all of the new media had ultimately a right-wing project associated with it. It wasn't just about saying Democrats are gay and also want to abort your children. Like there was a political mobilization that the audience was directed towards, and then that agenda was completely in line with the Republican Party. It worked so well within the Republican media infrastructure and within the party structure as well. Whereas these guys are trying to recreate that by simply saying like, fuck Donald Trump or whatever, right? And of course they have to only say that because if you want to work within the Democratic Party structure,
that's got to be your first step.
That's the only thing you have, because the Democrats don't have any policies that you can associate with that we should be fighting towards, because they themselves don't actually want those policies to be implemented, because they themselves are also funded by the exact same capital interests. And that's the major issue here, is that there is the Democratic Party's base is directly at odds, and their needs are directly at odds with the Democratic Party's actual implementation of a legislative agenda, a decipherable legislative agenda. This is what I've been talking about with like the Pod Johns and everybody else. Like the notion that the Democratic Party is still going to ultimately be a status quo party is gone. You can't keep that up. You can't just like aesthetically try to make yourself more radical presenting while simultaneously you're not actually advocating to improve the working class material conditions.
And so their new strategy then now is to, well, one of the new strategies is to convince us.
Yeah, this is Aaron Parnas, like he says like Israel's not committing a genocide. The United States will stand with Israel, praying for Israel tonight. Despite what some may try to claim, the state of Israel has a right to exist and a right to defend itself against terrorism. I stand with Israel and Israel high. Like this is an issue, right, where you are finding yourself increasingly on the margins on. Like there is no real popular mobilization. It's only like Hasbara bots and Israeli Knesset granted, like Israeli Knesset funded special interest organizations that are trying to create momentum around it, but it doesn't it's not real. Most people are either anti-Semitically against Israel, and there's a lot of those guys now as well. It's like growing in momentum, and you have the Candace Owenses of the world that are leading that charge, the Dan Bilzerians, the Candace Owenses, and the fucking all these guys that are constantly, in my opinion, doing the funniest thing ever, which is to like whitewash America's hands from all of these crimes, to be like, no, it's because Jews were doing mind control,
right?
Or
not
Jews
not because of oil interests and infrastructure.
Jews are doing like pedophilic, Mossad and Jeffrey Epstein is just like exclusively a Jewish operation. It's like, dude, you're so fucking stupid. Like,
not stupid. This shit is on purpose. Like, stupid would make it seem like it's.
No, they're American exceptionalists, and they think that like Christians, if they were to rid themselves of this like Jewish attitude, that they would become this perfect, infallible Christian nationalist nation.
Of course.
But basically, it's stupid for that reason, because like it tries to present America as like it creates this attitude of American infallibility, and it's just like removing all the crimes that our politicians have engaged with, and then immediately saying, no, it's because of the blackmail operation that like Mossad is doing on everybody. It's like, no, dude, they fucking love Israel organically, okay? It's not because of blackmail. Like, you're a fucking idiot for thinking that. But that's one aspect of the anti-Israel coalition. The other aspect is where I'm at, where I actively combat anti-Semitism, and I'm also a firm and committed anti-Zionist. And it like, at the end of the day, from Israel's perspective, I guess, from the interests of Israel, like, it doesn't matter. There is no fucking popularity for Israel. It's gone. It's over. It's done. Whether for anti-Semitic reasons or for anti-Zionist reasons, like real anti-Zionist reasons, it's done.
And this has the danger. So a Midas touch has the danger of pulling that into, because everything you just said is true for people who are paying attention to politics, or who are like people who are normies that just don't like Trump, and actually that's the extent of their political ideology that I'm sure make up a large chunk of the Midas touch. If they were to actually learn about what's happening, that would be a big problem. And that's kind of the thing that's frustrating, maybe even scary, because like, as I see opportunities, I don't want to say, as I see more attention being paid to our space by the Democratic Party, you touched on it a second ago. They're basically trying to co-opt the wave that we've built organically to somehow reintroduce it, like reconstruct it to support the Democratic project in whole. When in reality, it's just like you're the only game in town. And I guess I'm gonna talk to you under the circumstances, but I'm not gonna not point out the things that I hate about you in the process. So as we're talking about the possibility of this populist figure, how do they exist in opposition to the Democratic Party and the powers that control that party without that organic grassroots movement to push them forward when they're going up against, like, so I would have thought that the Midas touch was way more organic before today, not knowing any better because I don't pay attention.
I mean, it's partially organic because like they get elevated by the Democratic Party, and they recognize that there is need for like anti-Trump commentary, so they fill that void, right? But ultimately it's just not enough, and it will be left rudderless when it has to do the thing that it always does, which is defend the Democratic Party.
Right.
When the Democratic Party engages in shit that is indefensible.
Right.
And that's the problem. That's what I'm trying to explain here. Like, it's gonna turn into the same thing that happened with David Pagman in the aftermath of the election, where people go, okay, well, you told us Kamala was definitely winning. What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Did we order the chicken?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I'm starving.
Okay.
How long is it gonna take to get here?
I was gonna wait for this other place to open, which opens at 3 in 7 minutes, but then it'll take only half an hour to get here, as opposed to a place where I can order from right now. It's gonna take like 45 minutes to an hour.
It's about the same either way.
Yeah. All right, we'll just order right now. That's fine.
No, either one is fine because it's about the same either way. So one is better than the other because I'm down. I'm trying to.
Do you want grilled chicken or do you want something different?
Give me the. Is this Mediterranean?
Yeah.
Give me a grill. You got a shawarma? Is that Mediterranean, or do I do a racism?
It's not
healthy. I gotta be healthy. Fuck, you're right.
I'm gonna get you what I get myself.
Yeah, okay. That sounds awful, but I'm gonna do it.
Okay,
because I'm trying to lose weight.
I'm gonna get you one thing of chicken. Like, I eat 2, and you're gonna get 1 because
this is my.
And then
problem.
I'll give you a treat on the side as well.
Shawarma is not healthy. It's like
so fatty. Here, I'll get you.
No.
I'll get you chicken shish kebab as well.
Okay,
which is like
a little more
still healthy, but like a little, Here, I'll get that with bulgur as well, so you can.
I have lost like 15 pounds. In the last, like slowly in the last year or so, because I just started. I think the end of 2023. Yeah, end of 2023, I started working out regularly for the first time, and like since I had kids. And so like from I think 2023, I was probably like 310. And so I'm down to around 290 now. And, because I'm in my 40s, so like weight doesn't drop off like it used to. But I'm looking at myself I gained a bunch of weight going into COVID. During COVID, I gained a bunch of weight, especially doing this. This is sedentary. And then I was locked in. I didn't have, I used to edit all my own shit. Shout out to my editors. Like I said, shout out to Oni Simone, who's a long time chatter for you, like a long time chatter.
Yeah, I got him a bunch of for Socialismus. I got him a bunch of streaming equipment too.
Oh, dope. Yeah, Oni's my new editor that I got after an old editor I had to let go. Who is doing He's actually just sent me a video I'm gonna drop on my side channel about Shannon Sharp. Shout out to Babilla, who also edits. Shout out to Overthrow Media, who edits. Shout out to Zassman, who edits. And even shout out to Nick. Nick, says still fuck you. Got love for you, Nick. Hope you're doing okay. But what the fuck was I saying before? I wanted to make sure I shouted some people out. Oh, I gained a bunch of fucking weight because I was editing my own shit. And I was doing, when I first started, I was doing 2-hour-long videos like a month. So now I'm at like one 90-minute-ish video every 2 months. And it's done, the work is spread between me and at least one editor, if not like 2 or 3 sometimes. But basically, the video I first had you in, where like at the end of it, I had a panic attack and I was freaking out because I was like, I finally am, I'm in a position to let my wife stop working, and then I'm about to die and she's going to have to collect insurance off me.
You're not. You just gotta get back on track. That's it.
Well, I am on track. I'm on track in terms of like habits. Food is tough though. Like I can go 3 solid days.
That's the most important aspect of it.
I know. That's some bullshit.
You just gotta set yourself up for 21 days of like consistency, and then it'll automatically trigger events in motion.
So I've done it before. Like I was down to like I was down in the 260s going into like coming out of Christmas. I was in like 269, and I was like, oh shit, it's about to happen. I'm really about to get back to like my college weight. Because my college weight's like 240. And I don't remember what happened, but it stopped.
Yeah. Well, it breaks. It like it's I mean, these are some cliches, but I do abide by them because like they've been very helpful for me. But the abs are made in the kitchen is actually pretty solid.
It's completely true.
You cannot outwork your diet. That's number one. And number two is that that it takes 21 days to build a healthy habit, but like 2 days to break it.
That's some bullshit.
It's true though. Like you eat poorly. I see this in myself. I eat poorly for like a couple days where I just like give up, and boom, all of a sudden it's just like much harder to get back in the groove of things.
But it's easier when you've done it before though. And so like I've never been a little guy, and I love food. Like I'm a foodie. I'm from Chicago. Chicago is one of the best food cities in the country.
Yeah.
And so like it probably is like date night. Like I'm doing good. I haven't ate a carb in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I've reduced my sugar to this, and I can see I've got over the point of like there's always a withdrawal point for me. I don't know if that's something you do or other people that are healthy do, but like when I get back into my diet, I get like 48 hours and I'm normal. And then like there's a 3-day period where I'm like, do I need to call a hospital because I have this like really bad headache? I'm checking my blood pressure over and over again. And I'm like, oh shit, my body's just purging the toxins. And so once I get past that, I'm good. But then You know, it's like, baby, let's go to this steakhouse. You know what I'm saying?
No, you can't do that.
But that's what I want to do.
You can't do that.
And I like, see, and this is why I'm like, that I am normal still. And I don't want to stop being normal, but I also don't want to die.
No, you gotta be a little abnormal. You gotta make that abnormality your normal. All right, let's get back to this though, and then I gotta get back to the news as well.
Brian Tyler Cohen, who
food.
calls himself an independent progressive political host and previously worked part-time for MSNBC, has been regularly covering news and politics on YouTube since 2018.
What is this
But
accent?
a review of his channel shows
such a
that
funny
during the
question.
2020 election cycle, he
long
never
story.
once featured Bernie Sanders in a video title or thumbnail, despite posting daily content and racking up millions of views. That wasn't an oversight. It was a deliberate editorial choice, one that reveals Cohen's real political priorities. According to Semaphore, Brian Tyler Cohen was also involved in launching Good Influence, originally known as Ad Advocacy, a digital consulting firm which it says creates meaningful impact for causes and campaigns through our powerful network of online messengers. Former Vice President Kamala Harris has been one of the firm's top clients, as a search of Federal Election Commission data shows that the Harris campaign spent more than $600,000 on digital consulting and licensing fees from Good Influence between July and November 2024. Good Influence's founder, Stuart Perlmutter, has publicly documented visits to the White House alongside prominent liberal influencers such as Cohen, Pacman.
Except this I think reveals the real issue here. That's Lindy Lee. Tizzy is fine. He's like an independent content creator or whatever. He's like a lib.
Yeah, I've seen
but
it before.
Lindy Lee, on the other hand, is a fucking demon. She is an anti-Bernie demon that originally popped off talking about how like the Bernie bros were harassing her or some shit. And now she is firmly within the ranks of the right. She has like completely finished her pivot to the right. She worked for Bernie and backstab Bernie, was like an insider that said like the Bernie bros are a massive problem or whatever in 2020.
The Bernie bros were a problem. I'm sorry. I know this is a contention I've had.
I will never agree to that.
I witnessed this. I wasn't online.
Look at what she's posting now. The Bernie bros are a problem, lady. Democrats are a dangerous cult of migrant lovers. Instead of deporting criminal aliens like Abrego Garcia, Dems are calling for me to be deported because I dare to criticize them and expose their corruption. I'm a proud tax-paying and law-abiding American. I'm already home.
Wow.
Keep defaming me. It's all going. It's all happening.
Yeah, that's wild shit.
But
explain dude's accent.
He's like, he has British background, but he's not. He grew up in America.
He sounds like half French.
Yeah, that's what it is. That was like a big point of contention. Everybody dunks on current affairs and Nathan online, but I mean, he's been fairly consistent throughout these
he looks
years.
like he looks like Tucker Carlson's like Tether,
bizarro Tucker
Carlson, but he talks like H Bomber guy, so it's like weird. But
Lindy Lee, who has since left the Democratic Party and is now fundraising for Donald Trump. One of Good Influence's other featured influencers, Kenny Walden, who goes by the name Too Raw, Too Real online, has taken his loyalty to the Democratic establishment.
Oh my God, you don't know Too Raw, Too Real? Yo, that's the GOAT.
Is that the dude
that's the K-Hive?
In a good way or a bad way?
No, in a bad way. That's the K-Hive guy.
Is he the one? So is he the one that did like a dance, like when they were processing Israel, and he like did a dance walking into like an event?
Oh no, that he does look like that. You're talking. That's racist, by the way. Wow. Oh, so all black guys look the same, FD? No, that's some random. That's a random black dude that was leaving the DNC going, la la la, can't hear you.
I always thought that was an influencer.
Yeah, I don't know who that guy was, but no, he.
the fight with black liberals over Kamala is still ongoing at this point. To be honest with you,
yeah,
like I probably have 3 more.
Let me ask you this, okay? This is my.
This is your one white question while I'm here.
This is my white question. I have this speculation that I think like the backbone of the Democratic Party infrastructure is black women. That's not a speculation. That's just the truth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think some of the most like radical, but also simultaneously some of the most like, I guess, institutionalist Democrats are also black aunties. Like they are the backbone of the Democratic Party, and also the most like the highest density consumers of like the MSNBC style liberalism. And it's not just through MSNBC, but it's through like church groups.
Got you. Yes.
And all of the infrastructure, the mobilization infrastructure the Democratic Party uses, especially in the South. And I think that the black aunties are not like organically conservative, or rather, they're already making a bargain to vote for the Democrats, knowing full well that many of these people that they're voting for are racist, you know, white guys in general, but just like marginally less racist. So if they're making that bargain already, if they're already like making that mental math, I think that they would abso-fucking-lutely be on board with like a populist, left populist movement, whether it's Bernie or AOC. And I think they do like AOC a lot. Like the black aunties do like AOC.
I don't know if AOC. I don't know. I don't know if I have an AOC. There's. I mean, so I'm listening to the tea leaves and like I'm in the group chats, right? So AOC is not unpopular, but I just know there's a general animus and suspicion sometimes with the acceptable Latina figure getting a little too close to black centers of power, like by the nature of like history and just like you just said, like it is what it is. When white randoms come in to the black centers of power, it's like, yeah, we got to let you in. We don't have a choice. But AOC, AOC has basically one chance to fuck it up with black women, and it's a wrap. So I hope somebody lets her know that.
So they're suspicious.
They're not suspicious yet.
Okay.
They're suspicious as they would be to any non-black person who is asking of them. So if AOC could very easily win them over with a populist message.
Yeah.
She could also immediately ruin it forever.
Okay. So the speculation that I have, I think you're on board with, but is that if like the media infrastructure and the mobilization infrastructure was firmly committed to defending a left populist message, I think that the backbone of the Democratic Party, like the black aunties, would be perfectly on board with whoever that person is.
Are you up on this Target boycott situation with Pastor Jamal Bryant? So I go to my channel real quick, and you can see a picture. Did I put that on B-sides or go to my posts? I think on B-sides. So, and this is exactly what you're talking about. It doesn't surprise you that you don't know because it's very church auntie core. Go to posts. Scroll down. Some more Shador, football, Shannon Sharp.
Oh no.
Okay, go to the main channel.
Oh, did you play South of Midnight?
I'm like an hour and a half
like
in.
it?
Yeah. Well, the gameplay is not great, but its story is great. But I suck at like keeping on. Go to my main channel. That's the side channel.
Okay,
Go to the
so
main
it's not
channel.
on the side channel.
It's
on
not
the
a side
main
channel. It's on the main
Okay.
channel. Shout out to Pastor Jamal Bryant. I'm still waiting for that email to come back through. I'm trying to because one of my pet projects is like, okay, what you're saying is correct, and keep going.
You post a lot.
Yeah, that's part of the. There we go, right there. That's Pastor Jamal Bryant. Now Jamal Bryant has some L's in his history. He'd be the first to admit that, I hope. But right now he is leading a Target boycott after Target got rid of their DEI stuff. And so that has gotten him, he's calling it a new civil rights movement. That's gotten him looks on. He was just on the Breakfast Club like a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know the veracity of how much Target's been affected explicitly by the boycott, but what it is doing, what has me interested, is it's a mobilized like grassroots movement, at least as far as I can tell. Like this was a Tuesday night at a church that wasn't even his. And like I'm of the same mind of you, which is the Democrats, the American left, historically, the seat of power has been black people, right? It's the people who are closest to the problem that are more interested in solving it. So there's like a value in getting, if like even just the black church with all its warts and problems, the black church was the civil rights movement like home for a reason.
Yeah.
And so like there is definitely a value in like black folks are not beholden to the Democratic Party. They're not beholden to, classical liberalism. The black folks have constantly, even in the socially conservative, even with social conservatism being more popular among black people, all polling about actual socialist policies has been more popular with black people than any other group in the country. So all it would take is the right messaging and the proper responses to get people moving. The problem is it's multiple problems. One problem is the liberal, black excellence, black capitalist wing of this same coalition is so like these same aunties, right? Their granddaughters do not fuck with them. And there is an overt, like when Kamala lost, TikTok blew up in so many ways between black liberals who were like, we're going to go to Starbucks now, and black leftists who were like, you all are spineless and full of shit and we'll never forgive you for this.
Yeah.
And like there's there's mending that will happen, especially around, in black community. But you're not wrong in saying that if this happens, like if someone comes to them with the right messaging and, gets there first and gets there with the appropriate, what's the word I want to use here? Come there with appropriate messaging, but also like, here's the deal, right? This is our actual plan. This is what we are going to offer you that we can assure to deliver on versus, do you want Trump to be president again? You know what I'm saying? Or do you want insert whoever runs then to be president?
I mean, if they see success with this mobilization and then
he's starting a nationwide tour.
Yeah, and then they move on to more tangible targets or actual political mobilization instead of like a consumer boycott against DEI initiatives, which I think is like, it was aesthetic to begin with. Like these companies are pro DEI.
Trust me, you don't have this. That's one of the reasons why I want to meet with Jamal Bryant. And so the event I went to actually had Nina Turner there. And so Nina Turner is bringing up workers' rights and like things that are like, okay, like I was there like halfway, like, all right, there's people here. There's mobilized black people. And I love, shout out to, Black Man Bill, shout out to all African People's Party, these different folks I've associated with in the last couple of years as I'm trying to like, one, update my political understanding, and two, like be somewhat more involved than I had been in years past. But there were 1,000 people there on a Tuesday night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And with 2 days notice. And that's nothing to like poo-poo, even if their politics are iffy at best.
No, I think that they're capturing, like, it's the same reason as to why 36,000 people show up to a Bernie rally.
Right.
Because like, there's a lot of resentment towards this administration and people are looking for leaders.
Yes.
Like because this is the number one question I get from people is like, what do we do? What is to be done in this moment? And the reality of the matter is like, there's not a lot of people in positions of power that are directionally speaking to all of the issues that are happening. And I think even Bernie and AOC kind of fall short on this as well. Like, it's great that they're mobilizing people. It's great that they're getting people together.
Right.
And they're saying the right things.
But what do?
But they're not actually, they're not actually moving them into they're not moving them in the direction of political, like policy agendas or mobilizing them and organizing them in a direction where they like actually stop some of the things or undermine some of the Trump agenda, right? This is why I keep saying like, it's great that AOC and Bernie are holding these rallies, but they should be also standing outside of the Jenna facility in Louisiana to demand the immediate return of Mahmoud Khalil, because that is, I think, where you can see a lot of results. And there's an analog here. There is a result that Chris Van Hollen achieved. He went down to El Salvador. I celebrated that decision. He put his direct body as a white man, as a American senator,
right,
and he he went down to El Salvador and he was able to get proof of life for
his family.
For Kilmar Abrega Garcia, for his own constituents.
And that felt like somewhat of a turning point in that story in terms of like where people were sticking their flag on their opinions. I have to stand up. My ass is starting. How do you do this for hours at a day?
You can swap out to that chair. It's a little bit comfortable, more comfortable. Let's put you in a better chair.
I forgot she was ready for that. Whatever. I was on live. Actually, I'm standing up still for a second, just so I can stretch. I popped up on somebody's live, and the police did pull up to my house once. That was weird. Atlanta's still super over policed, but now that I live around more white people, I see them less.
Yeah, Unc is stretching. He needs to stretch a little bit. While you're doing that, I'm actually going to go back. Instead of this article, I'm going to go back to the Trump admin deporting U.S. citizens. And then I'm going to talk about this idea that I've had that we are seeing implemented right now by pure happenstance. It's, through luck as well, but let's continue with the story.
White House Border Czar was asked about this before President Trump took office, in which he said that there wouldn't be family separation. Rather, the families would be removed together. Now, I did also ask about the number of deportations so far under this administration. He said there were 139,000. Now, that is slightly less than the Biden administration at the same time last year, but the difference being that there are far less border crossings, therefore less easy repatriations. Rather, the administration still moving forward quickly when it comes to deportations of those who are arrested in the interior of the United States. Wolf.
All right, Priscilla, thank you. Priscilla Alvarez reporting for us. Appreciate it.
Over the weekend, ICE announced that the agency arrested nearly 800 people over 4 days with the help of state law enforcement officials in Florida. They're describing it as a, quote, massive multi-agency immigration enforcement crackdown. Joining us now, Executive Director of the Florida Immigrant Coalition, Tessa. Thank you so much for joining us. First of all, what have you learned about these arrests that happened? Almost 1,000 people arrested over 4 days.
What we've learned from family members is that a lot of people who've been arrested are in limbo in our immigration system because the immigration system has a lot of flaws.
I'm not touching the MAGA hat.
Some folks have temporary status, and we've seen the data given by ICE.
Which one of these swords
that
is
maybe 300
the guy
out
from
of the
One
800
Piece
were actually
Hassan
had
dressed up as?
a final
My
order
son
of
loves that guy.
deportation.
I don't remember it.
So, which means that most likely
No, not the
two-thirds
mo-
of the folks who were arrested are people who are in some form of process and are certainly not criminals.
So you're saying about, most of the people that were arrested, because you said about 300 had actual deportation orders and, would be deported at some point in time, some of them going through the system. What can they do at this point? Once you're deported, it's over, correct?
Once people are deported, it's practically over. The system does provide legal avenues for folks if they can prove that they were wrongly deported.
So there was
to
some at the
return
beginning of the
into the
story.
United
They put
States.
numbers up. It was like March 2024, 100,000 encounters. March 2025, 11,000.
Yeah.
And I was trying to make sense of what that number was trying to get at. Are they saying there's less encounters at the border right now?
Yeah, part of that is I think because of the
Are people just not coming because they're afraid?
The deterrence measures do actually work. Part of that is because they've moved a lot of CBP to doing interior removals. But the other part of that is also, from what I understand, specifically because people do worry about state terror. They've also stopped the applications process, so people know that they can't even apply for asylum after crossing the border. So they're worried about being sent to a concentration camp. That is a real way to stop border crossings in general. So I think that's part of it for sure.
Gotcha.
So yeah, border apprehensions are significantly lower than they were at in the Biden administration because people are just not coming in. That's what it is.
Do you have the random moments where somebody's comment? Oh, yeah, of course you do. Stun locked. That was your term. Wasn't that a term that was created by you?
Also, I think you still have your phone audio is on. Check your phone.
No.
Where am I hearing? I'm hearing music.
I'm a bad out this. West Side. Shout out to West Side Gun.
Oh, you heard West Side Gun play?
That Louvre song. Shout out to the company, man. I saw that this morning. My bad.
No, it's all good. Hassan hearing voices? No, I'm not hearing voices. I got.
Yes.
Yeah, we're not there
right
yet.
now.
That is at a time when there was due process in our immigration system. We're hoping that a lot of the people who were arrested are actually given due process before they are deported.
Is there any indication that there are U.S. citizens potentially that have been grabbed up in this group of people? Because we have now seen that there were children that were deported and that there was a man who was in the country legally that was accidentally deported, according to the administration itself, and there is a battle over that in court. What do you know about the sort of legal status of some of these individuals?
Right now, we don't have any information about the legal status of these individuals. We've seen how ICE have made multiple errors because they are rushing through a process that actually, if done properly, would not treat people in such an inhumane way. We hope that they're not only not undocumented, not U.S. citizens in those that were picked up, but we also hope that everyone who was actually detained is given a chance to have access to a lawyer and to prove their right to be in this country.
It's like even as
I'm curious to get your take on hearing from the president.
I want to hear this part.
When it comes to accidentally sending someone, deporting someone, or the fact that children who are U.S. citizens were deported, one of them having stage 4 cancer. His response to The Atlantic in an interview that he has just done and that has just been published was, well, sometimes mistakes are made. What is your response to that?
I am from Haiti. I can tell you one thing. Once you start making it okay for one life to not matter, it quickly becomes everybody's habit for every life to stop having any form of value. I would warn America not to fall into that trap of being inhumane or dividing people based on their country of origin to decide whether or not they are worth a fight.
Yeah, so
Thank you so much.
That was decent. Shout out to Haiti. I saw the flags in the chat. Because one of the things that's frustrating me, because I made a video early on after he won, basically saying, look, I'm not gonna make that many Trump videos. If I make a Trump video from here on out, it's because I need the coins, right? Because it's a slow month. And the reason for that is, and the thing that, so the reason for that, what sometimes frustrates me about this, but also I think people are frustrated by, is that they're still behaving civilly around this shit. And like, I understand the necessity. Well, no, at this point, I kind of don't understand the necessity of civility. You know what I'm saying? Like when I see, when you see Barack Obama sitting next to Trump and George W. Bush at somebody's funeral a month or two ago, and it was like a week after you were telling the country that these are fascist oligarchs trying to take over the world. Like, I saw there was a video the day of a picture I saw today of like the black CNN anchor sister, I don't remember her name, and
Abby Phillips,
and then some like white, I'm assuming Fox News pundit. I didn't recognize him, but I could tell from the response in the caption.
I think you were you're referring to the clip that went viral a couple days ago, or even yesterday. I think is that from when the clip was, or from a while ago?
I can't. No, this happened. I just saw it today, so it may have happened yesterday.
Yeah, it's either Kevin O'Leary or Scott Jennings. Kevin, was he bald?
No, silver-haired white guy.
Oh, Scott Jennings. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. But it's like it's the veneer of civility that the people in this side of the media atmosphere still have, that I actually think is losing for them. It really goes back to your point earlier about it was that right there. This picture right here. Dogs and cats living together, masses. I didn't read that caption.
I hate Scott Jennings. And Abby Phillips like sometimes will cook Scott Jennings, but this is a byproduct. This is precisely why I hate the White House Correspondents' Dinner. When I was at the Young Turks, I attended because like TYT was doing events around it.
Right.
And I remember thinking like, this is the most evil place on the planet. Like there's just so much evil here. And I felt like it was DC for ugly people. I mean, DC's Hollywood for ugly people, because every single one of these people, like they fight with one another on camera, but like behind closed doors, they're grabbing beers. Like I remember it was in the first Trump term when I went to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, like events, right? And I remember going to an event and everyone, the entire room lit up when I think it was like Sean Spicer that walked into the room. And all these like liberal commentators were excited to get photos with him because he's famous. And it's like, what do you mean? Like this is a person, this is a bad person. Like he's a liar for this bad administration. And you guys are all stoked to see him.
Have you seen the Boondocks skit where Ann Coulter and stand-in for Al Sharpton like are like having a conversation behind the scenes? No,
I love Boondocks, but I don't remember that.
It was what was Al Sharpton's fake character name on the Boondocks? Somebody in the chat is gonna tell me. Rollo something. Ann Coulter. Just do if you do Ann Coulter Boondocks. It's basically like the Boondocks hasn't aged as well as I think some people think.
You don't really? Why do you say that?
It's mostly around race politics. The Boondocks.
I don't care. I don't care. Is that old? Don't give me that baby listen shit, motherfucker. You think I'm stupid? I know you fucking that bitch, okay? I know you are. I mean, I don't play that shit. And don't play that shit. Rollo, hey, baby.
Hey, how you doing, Abdul?
Damn, Abdul, can you let a bitch work? Shit, one of us has to. It ain't like yo ass is going to get a job.
And this is also
you know I had to bail this motherfucker.
This is also the race politics not aging well.
Wait, what do you mean? No, I disagree.
No. That's not nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with you. You didn't do anything. You can still good.
Ann Coulter, I think she used to date
a black guy. Yeah,
she used to date a black guy, but like it's a white supremacist. That's what they're.
Yeah, but it's also so that like stuff like that right here. This is what probably 2004.
Yeah,
is when this comes out, and they're making fun of a thing that literally went viral yesterday, which is so bravo on that end. But also shout out to my boy John Lewis. John Lewis did a video about it like last month. In that the Boondocks is Aaron McGrew. So we'll circle back a little bit. We're talking about the aunties, right? We're talking about Obama.
Mm-hmm.
So like there's a whole era of Gen X black. So oh man, all right, we start from the beginning. So back during slavery. No, I'm not gonna go that far back.
Okay.
So after the civil rights movement, the Warren Court era, there's a whole like what's the word? Like a class, what's the word? Like a whole like group of people at once, not genre, cohort. There's a whole cohort of black folks that are right in position to take advantage of the sudden swinging open of opportunities in America during that Warren Court era, where they were highly talented, highly educated, highly motivated, etc. And they said, all right, they just took down, they gave us what we wanted. So we got to get in there. We're going to get the brass ring, America, whatever. And so that cohort are the parents of Gen Xers and old millennials, right? Those are like boomer era folks that shaped black culture for the last essentially 40 years, right? So like I was brought up, and this is a point I come to in a lot of videos. Du Bois has a speech about the talented 10th. And that Du Bois speech was one I heard in some form or fashion numerous times growing up, from a kid to even in college. The college I went to, Clark Island University, was founded by Du Bois. So he's the founder. So they should know him through and through. And I will always hear this talented 10th story. The talented 10th story is basically saying, we need 10% of all the black people to go out there and achieve and do good and essentially trickle down economics. We get freedom and liberation. Now, what everybody always leaves out is that Du Bois rejected that later in life. He wrote an essay called The Guiding 100th, because he said, you black bougie Negroes are losing your fucking minds and you're not doing anything to actually address the problem. Yeah. You were race conscious, not class conscious, right? But the rhetoric is already stuck in. Shout out to Black Power Media, my mentor, Dr. Jared Ball. It was Nixon who said we need to replace Black power with Black business and Black economics. Black entrepreneurship, I think, is the actual term he used. And that shit has worked. That has worked deeply on so many levels. And so that generation, that cohort of Black folks who had access to liberal schools and, you know, art and media, et cetera, they were also at the forefront of saying, well, hip hop is too violent. And, you know, Black people need to pull their pants up, respectability politics. Bill Cosby's whole, like Bill Cosby in the middle of his, and show you how insidious it is. When Bill Cosby was first getting investigated, when people were first starting to talk about accusations around him, he went on a speaking tour where he went to colleges and universities and started just saying the real problem with the Black community is other Black people. He sounded just like Candace Owens.
Yeah.
And so I say all that to say, Magruder is a product of that generation. Magruder is a product of that ideology, and I always hold space because, in a lot of ways, he's not that bad. But if you know the language and you go back, like, trust me, you get some of the peers I've been helping the platform to go back and watch. Even if it's a scene like this is playing into a lot of not so nice stereotypes around the type of Black man to be with an ant culture.
Yeah, I mean, Riley is like the perfect.
No, Riley was good. It's not Riley. Like, Riley is still Riley's still good because he crosses the line twice, but
I always thought he was a leftist. Like, I always assumed that he was.
You're talking about Huey.
No. I'm talking about Magruder.
Oh, no, Magruder is a leftist. He is a leftist, but like you know firsthand, leftists don't always have the best race politics. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he's Black.
But Black people don't always have the best race politics.
For me, I always thought maybe it's because, like, again, I grew up in a country where there's no Black people or very little number of Black people. And for me, it was like Boondocks was my way of like developing an understanding of Black culture and Black representation in America.
And it still is. So
it was definitely better.
We're
than
talking
like
about.
else.
We're talking about clothes. Oh yeah, way better than it was. It was like I said. This is 2004, seeing into the future, but it does betray. This is not like this is close reading stuff. This is stuff you had to kind of catch in the back end. It's people like Magruder, folks like Killer Mike, right? So Killer Mike is, I believe, good overall, but Killer Mike also has you kind of get what I'm getting at.
I know what you're talking about. The first episode of his Netflix series literally was like, Black capitalism is going to save us.
Exactly.
And it was like the antithesis to
kill your
solution. That and also the solution to the solution for Black liberation doesn't come from Black capitalism. It comes from socialism.
Right.
It's like the exact opposite take of Killer Mike.
Right. Exactly. And that's kind of the thing there. It's like going back to this auntie question, the divide, like the difference, the space between, I think, white liberals and like white leftists is much, much further apart than Black liberals and Black leftists, because all of us are coming out of the same like overall environments, but there's so many elements of class politics that are underexamined that, like, we can call y'all on y'all shit, but you can't. Like, if I came up here and did a Black capitalism, remember when Noah Sampson went after, what's the girl's name? She was from British like shill grifter.
I don't know the exact details, but like she was like trying to be like
British Candace Owens, right?
Candace Owens, yeah.
So when he went after her, I pulled Noah aside. So you're not wrong, but no, don't do that, right? And he's known that from jump, like since then.
Yeah.
And so what that does, though, is it puts certain folks like a Magruder in a difficult, unique, and eventually sometimes dysfunctional position where they're speaking on Black topics at a scale much bigger than any other Black person with a voice can.
Mm-hmm.
And they have the opportunity to shape the way people see the world that will only see it through their vision. And if they're got some respectability politics they haven't worked out on their own, shit like this pops up. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I get a lot of I catch a lot of flack even for Candace Owens, like ripping into her.
Yeah, well, Candace, I think we've kind of we just let y'all ride on a lot of Candace's shit, especially now.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like in the beginning, when she was popping off, and she would do like a lot of like very obviously white supremacist rhetoric.
Yeah, white supremacist rhetoric out of a black mouth with the right aesthetics. You can get what are you familiar with Charleston White?
Yeah, of course.
Him and Charleston White and Candace Owens have the same politics. Charleston White might be a product of one of these right-wing think tanks. I know he has a explicit right-wing background. I don't know.
He does collaborate quite a bit with Aiden Ross, so
right. No,
that wouldn't surprise me.
He was like literally they got him out of jail. Like literally a Republican senator in Texas got him out of jail, and he's been bought by them ever since. People don't know that about Charleston, but that's just the truth. You go look his background up. They started him out doing like anti-gang stuff.
Yeah.
And eventually promoted him to public anti-black talking head. But Charleston White has a huge black fan base.
Yeah.
You know, his he don't have any, like Candace Owens only is around white people, which is why I'm more worried about Charleston White. You know what I'm saying? I'm more worried about Killer Mike. I'm more worried about Aaron Magruder, which is why, and it's because it's harder for you to kind of see.
Killer Mike and Charleston White are on entirely different like levels, though.
Killer
Mike is like presenting, coming from somewhat of a radical background, presenting like a liberal capitalist attitude for black emancipation, which is still wrong. But then Charleston White is like reactionary
nonsense.
To the core.
Yeah. I'm thankful. I shouldn't even bring him up because he's finally kind of like lost his steam. I don't know. Maybe it's another post-Trump refractory period.
Yeah.
Is that a fair thing to call it? Back to the news. My bad.
But yeah, there's a lot. You're right about that. There are a lot.
Go watch.
There's also like aesthetic, like very niche movements as well. You have, I didn't even realize like ADOS is now duking it out with a new version. FBA.
They've been doing that. That happened almost at the very beginning of that shit.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why my North Star is Dr. Umar, who is an infallible figure who has never had wrong opinions.
Did you not hear about the drama with his 2 daughters that he sees? No. Oh, I got to do a calculation.
Okay, you're doing
of how much black business. Right. I'm like, how much black business am I gonna get into on Hassan's channel?
Crazy.
You're gonna have to go find a black channel to get that tea from, chat. But what I do want you to do is
there's also speaking of black tea channels.
I want to give shout out to John Lewis, his video on the Boondocks, but also Storyteller, who's British and a huge Boondocks fan.
Yeah.
Did kind of response to it that I think is a good connection in terms of critique of things that John Lewis may have missed.
Storyteller hates me. I still remember there was
I don't
one.
think Storyteller hates you.
There was a point a very long time ago where he was like calling me a grifter or something. I forget what it was, but I think that was. I still remember it because I was like, I love Boondocks, and he also
he started as a Boondocks creator. Yeah,
I forget what it was. It might have been during like React Gate or something. Anyway, I forget.
But also, everybody hates you though.
Yeah, that's true.
So
that
I should just assume.
Yeah, who doesn't hate you at this point? It was Over Your House. Oh yeah, he was. What was it? I think he was like, this guy's a fucking grifter because he has a house. It was like one of those things.
I'm gonna message him on the back end, see if he's softened.
Yeah.
But if he hasn't, that's fine too. I only know a handful of people whose opinions I respect that hate you as much as everybody else does.
Yeah.
And so like I think that's a good sign. A good sign.
Mention Christian Walker. What do you mean? Was it over Christian Walker? It could have been. I think it was.
What happened to him? Where's he at?
He's woke now. Not really, but like his resentment towards the Republican Party came to like this boiling point because of how much he hates his dad.
Yeah,
for good reasons,
obviously.
And then that turned into like almost hating his dad for the right reasons, and even hating on his dad for political reasons.
Right.
You know?
What do we do with the anti? Because like I've seen, especially with black folks, there's a creator. I don't remember his name, but he popped up for me a couple of times, and he's a ex-anti-SJW black guy, which is already it's hard for me to look at you straight like as a normal person if you were a black anti-SJW person, but he was, and now he's a centrist liberal.
Who is this person?
I don't remember his name, but
he's British. You said
no, he's black. He's black. Somebody in the
you
chat.
need to be British and black.
Well,
he said
no, he's American.
Nah, he's black.
Sorry, storyteller. Sorry, the storyteller.
Sean the Black says Rashad Crenshaw.
Rashad Crenshaw. Yeah. I don't watch him a lot because he's not my type of content. Oh shit, is that the house? Is that the back of the house? Because that's not the front of the house. I can tell you.
It literally wasn't about you. I think it was literally during the Housegate saga. I don't know why he.
That's the one flaw is especially it's not React Gate. It's just reacting. But go to Rashad Crenshaw. See if this is the guy I'm thinking of.
Is this the guy?
Yeah. That's him.
I have no idea who this person is.
He just popped up. He popped up for me like, I don't know, this time last year.
This is what I usually do. When I find a new channel, I go, let's see what he said.
Hassan Piker.
Let's see what he said.
Endorses another terror.
Hassan Piker endorses another terror group. Twitch, the new home of terrorism. Hassan Piker is trying to derail Kamala Harris. Hassan Piker defends Houthi terror attacks. Streamer calls for Destiny to be killed for calling Hassan Piker the N-word. Ethan Klein calls out Hassan's community for being insane. I had no idea who this person was until this very moment. You brought him up. I looked him up and I Googled my name and
you really are an industrial complex.
Instantly, because these are, I mean, look at his other videos versus this one. You know what I mean?
The one I saw was like his, like, you know, because another,
look, his videos get 100 views or 5,000 views, but when he puts my name in the title and shits on me, he has like 20K.
How I Escaped the Alt-Right Pipeline video.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one I saw, and
it's like he didn't escape it. You know what I mean?
I mean, there was a lot of R slurs in the video.
Yeah, some of these guys will be like, "Oh, I escaped the alt-right pipeline, and now I'm in the alt-centrist pipeline." I guess, it's so funny though, because there's no home for this kind of politics. Like, there's no organic.
And that's kind of what I was getting at. What do we do with Christian walkers? What do we do with the Christian walkers? And are there any other people? Is this even a thing, or am I making this up? Are there any anti-SJWs that have started a halfway left-wing pivot? You know?
No, nobody
does that. Nobody grifts to the left. There's
well,
no money.
I mean, I guess like
we're fucking broke.
Why would you grift to the left? The left is like fucking annoying first and foremost. Like they're hypercritical of everyone, including like, look at the Storyteller saga. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
Red Scare.
And basically there's no, if your ambitions are to speak truth to power or whatever, like you're not, if your ambitions are to grift, if your ambitions are to make money and to generate income, steady income and revenue, you're not going to go after a leftist audience, because there is no robust leftist audience that's like, I'm a card-carrying socialist in the Western world with a little bit of like disposable income so I can fucking, spend money and consume shit. Like, it's not a real thing.
Yeah.
That's why they always point to me when they're like, who's the leftist grifter? Hassan. And
It's got to be Hassan. Well, so like.
Yeah, iDubbbz is a great example of how it doesn't work. Exactly. Look at iDubbbz. When he was saying the N-word, he was popping off. And then when he apologized for saying the N-word, everyone was like, you're a pussy. We hate you.
I find iDubbbz. So iDubbbz actually is exactly who I'm talking about. That's probably who I was thinking about and didn't realize it. Because he really went towards this guy.
Some black guy?
Oh, I remember him. He's brought me up a couple times, but I don't.
I don't know who this guy is.
He's some black. He's some black guy. That was this is why I can't fuck with black anti-SJW people.
Wait, no, he seems positive. Look, he says Elon Musk gets beat the fuck out by Hassan and AC Shadows.
He's from the OG anti-SJW community though. Like
maybe he's made a pivot.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Him, who's the original? The OG is Amazing Atheist. So him, Amazing Atheist, and a couple of other. Spoon on Head. There's another example. Kind of.
Shoe on Head.
Whatever her name is.
I don't know either. I consumed like 30 total seconds of her content, I think.
I mean, she, I've paid attention a little bit because she's ostensibly making video essays. Yeah, some black guy was. I mean, I never watched any of these people for real. I've only heard about them through the deep lore of understanding the space. But I know a lot of them, you know, they didn't start out as like when the anti-SJW said, okay, but now we're Nazis now. A few of them were like, I don't know. I think I just hate women. Yeah, and Muslims.
No, they're always looking for a new place there where there's like some semblance of like permissible bigotry.
Right.
That's what it is. And that's why some of them take the Islamophobic pivot, because like there's always, you can tap that well.
Right.
That runs deep, right? For I think ABBA and Preach, they went for the transphobia angle as well. They sometimes like manage their positions real well in terms of like they go after like the fresh and fits of the world, but then also at the same time they're like, you know, I'm gonna spend a lot of money on and a lot of investment, a lot of time commitment to like the 12 trans athletes that have ever partook in sports.
I'll give them credit, even though I don't fuck with ABBA at all because of his Destiny dick riding.
But he actually dropped them, right?
Well, but now after he's a sex pest, he dropped them. Like he doesn't get credit for that in my book.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it could be worse.
The depraved nature of online content, I will give credit to someone for being like, okay, you were doing revenge porn on like all of your partners that you called orbiters. Like that's fine. I think weirdly enough, like there's a shit ton of people who still support him.
I am forgetting that.
It's freaky as fuck out here.
But
also, the food is here.
Dope. What was I talking about? Oh, but ABBA and Preach, they did do, because after I called them out in one of my Manosphere videos, I noticed that a lot of those anti-trans videos were gone. And then it feels like they've slowed that down a bit since then, but I haven't paid as much attention to their content. I think they're just kind of doing general pop culture. Look at this weird person. Usually it's a woman. All right, this is the real.
So it's interesting because like I said, they managed that position. Like they didn't dive so far into the fucking like, because that pivot, if you go far right, you're gonna eventually start talking about Jews.
Yeah,
and that's precisely what happened with Fresh and Fit, Fed and Fat, where they started doing that.
I got invited. Shout out to Sisyphus. I'm gonna respond to your email because I got invited to the same thing. They got invited to Oxford to talk at some type of thing in Oxford. I got invited to, and I is it Oxford in England?
Yes,
I got invited to. I didn't know they were coming, but I denied it just because I didn't want to go back to England, because I had just I got an email from them like 2 days after getting back to the States, and I was like, I'm not getting on another 12-hour plane. Is this the thing?
Wait, where's the shish kebab?
Uber fuck us up.
Oh damn! Instead of shish kebab, they just gave you grilled chicken instead. No shish kebab.
That's fine.
So you have 2 plates of grilled chicken.
All right, this looks good.
It is good. You'll like it.
This smells good.
Yeah, I promise you, it's good.
This is not, and this is why this is not look or smell like white people food, Hassan, which is why you will always be a brown. Do we call Middle Eastern people brown too? Are you guys just with?
It depends. Like, I mean, you know my take on this. I say I'm white. I look white. I feel like me saying like I'm.
You
POC,
are very white.
I can't. Yeah, when I try to dance. You can really
I mentioned West Side Gun earlier in the chat.
No, I know West Side Gun.
The chat was like, somebody said Hassan is so far from West Side Gun.
There's an aircraft carrier between. Yeah. That chatter doesn't know that I do fuck with West Side Gun.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, you like it?
Look
at
this. This is Mediterranean food though. So
look at this. Look at this freaky shit that I do, where I weigh my chicken to see if I'm getting the proper protein intake.
Yeah, see, that's where you lose me.
I do it because like I want to make sure that I'm getting enough protein. That's why I ordered 2 of these.
What is this exactly?
That is a very spicy pepper.
Oh no, I don't need that.
You don't fuck with spice?
I don't fuck with I fuck with spice. I don't fuck with spicy because I get really bad heartburn.
Oh yeah.
And I just have the mouth of a child.
Give it to me. I'll eat it.
Okay, I'll roll that back over.
Yeah, just dump it in there.
I can't eat without watching TV. I'm an American, so what we got?
You can't eat while you're watching
without
TV.
watching TV.
Oh yeah, that's how I roll. This is my favorite thing.
I'm American. I'm a child of the 80s. So.
Yeah, I'll cover the Canadian elections as well. Please, Canadians, stop fucking chirping.
Canada, my future home. This is what they're up to.
Yeah, their situation's not great either. They got a fucking banker that's probably going to win the election in the best possible scenario.
That's the best possible scenario.
Yeah, that's the best possible scenario for Canada is a fucking banker. Great. Worst possible scenario is a Trump dick rider that wins with all the animosity against Trump, which would mean that like all these dudes actually do love the Trump wants to make America fucking Canada America initiative. All right, but
the results of our
we got Trump's lowest approval rating in any president in the past 80 years here. And this is something that I've been talking about that I've been trying to explain, but a big part of this, especially even on the immigration side, where Trump is finally reaching disapproval for the first time ever, like a net disapproval on immigration, which is supposed to be his strongest, his strongest aspect of his campaign. The reason why is because finally the Democrats have made a big fuss about it, and the media started covering it. And eventually, once the media started covering it, people were like, "Oh my God, I had no idea. This shit is depraved. This shit is fucked up." And that's precisely what I said would happen. And that's precisely what I was. Those aren't spicy.
Yeah, it's just a tomato.
Oh, you don't fuck with tomatoes. Okay.
Heartburn.
Tomatoes give you heartburn?
Yeah, red sauce gives you heartburn.
Damn.
Not yet, but give it some time. Keep sitting here in this chair.
I mean, yeah.
40 hours
I
a
hope
week.
not. Every single thing, he has fucked up basically every single goddamn thing, from immigration to foreign policy to trade to lowering costs of goods, all this stuff. And, some Democrats have at least like pushed the needle, pushed the conversation in an appropriate way. And therefore, media is covering it. And therefore, lo and behold, his approval ratings are going down on that front, too. And I'm glad that they've done that.
New poll on President Trump. As we approach the 100-day mark, he has the lowest approval rating of any president in the past 80 years. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the story. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, our new polling shows that the president is facing real challenges as he hits the 100-day mark with historically low standing for a president at this early point, even on the issues that helped propel him back here to the White House. This morning, as President Trump approaches his 100th day back in office, new warning signs about how Americans are viewing his work so far. Just 39% approving of how he's handling the job, according to our new ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll. That's the lowest 100-day approval rating of any president in the past 80 years.
Fake polls.
On the economy, Trump promised to lower costs and boost growth, a message that was key to his victory.
I will instruct my cabinet that I expect results within the first 100 days or much sooner than that.
Now, 53% say the economy has gotten worse since Trump took office, with 72% saying it's very or somewhat likely his economic policies will cause a recession. Fears fueled by the president's trade war. The backlash now felt across the country at explosive town halls. Overnight in West Nyack, New York, Republican Congressman Mike Lawler getting an earful.
This was awesome.
And when you look at, for instance, Europe has price controls on U.S. prescription drugs.
Blah, blah, blah.
The president is eager to prove his trade policies are paying off, telling Time magazine he's already made 200 deals, despite there only being 195 countries in the world. Though he wouldn't say what they were or which countries are involved. Our Martha Raddatz pressing the Treasury Secretary.
Is there actually any deal at this point?
I believe that he is referring to sub-deals within the negotiations we're doing. And, Martha, if there are 180
But those aren't actual deals.
Martha, if there are 180 countries, there are 18 important trading partners. Let's put China to the side because that's a special negotiation. There's 17 important trading partners, and we have a process in place over the next 90 days to negotiate with them.
Trump says he will not roll back his staggering 145% tariff on all Chinese products entering the U.S. without substantial concessions, though he claims the U.S. and China are talking. But Beijing says that's not the case, that the two countries are not currently negotiating over tariffs. And our polling shows Americans have concerns.
Are you China pilled like I am?
Low-key. So here are my expat country list. Number one is Canada, just because it's the easiest, most familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Number two is Ghana, because black people, and they want us to come. But
Yeah.
I also know people that are there, have been there. They're like, it's cool, but it's still, and like not too far, coming up like fast all of a sudden is China. Shout out to I Show Speed.
Yup.
For putting China on the map.
Remember, I told you I like him.
Yeah, and I remember being like, but I made a video in support of him a little while ago too, because I realized what he was doing. There's still some problems there, but like I'm not gonna be Aaron Magruder. You feel me? Where people can come back and look at me being a little too hard on essentially kids, acting in ways that kids tend to act.
Yeah.
He could be much, much worse.
Oh yeah.
And I've seen that. So
no, the environment that he literally grew up in, he could have been a psychopath, dude. And he has a bunch of like really fucked up things that he did when he was like 16.
Mm-hmm. I've seen him.
But like considering where he's at now, it's amazing. He's incredible.
Yeah. And it's funny because like he literally in a different timeline got drafted this weekend in the NFL.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
absurd. He's like an elite world-class athlete for
Oh
no
yeah.
reason.
Absolutely. He's insane, dude.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Concerns that extend far beyond the economy. When it comes to the courts and key rulings on cases like immigration, 65% say the administration is trying to avoid complying with federal court orders. 62% saying they don't think the president's administration respects the rule of law. Despite all this, Trump still has an edge over Democrats.
Chatters are asking what your criticisms of iShow Speed are like in current iShow Speed, and I assume his Unc doesn't like Speed barking at babies, probably.
I think actually doesn't bother me much. Speed still does this gag where people do racist things for him and he acts surprised.
Oh,
And that just annoys me.
That's yeah.
Like the first couple times
I
it
feel
was
like
funny.
he's gotten better at that too, though.
No, he did it like 10 times in China.
No, but I'm saying that like back in the day he would lean into it. In comparison to what he does now, where he's like, at least like
You could interpret it. Now you could interpret it as him confronting it in some fashion or making it, because like the thing that I often forget is that like 85% of white people don't realize racism is a thing still.
Yeah.
And so when he does that, it does in a sad way educate his population on how it is to be black and alive and not around black people in any given moment.
Yeah.
As you're going to be confronted with weird microaggressions. But, and that was kind of my point. It's a double-edged sword because we can get into the Shadur Sanders shit. Like, the ultimate goal is for black people to just be able to be normal, right? And have a normal bell curve of expectation and behavior. I don't want it to be where it's necessary for every black person to be on a rigid aesthetic moral code as to not hurt efforts for liberation, make us look bad, shit like that. Like, I don't really want that. So I want it to be, because I show see this basically in my video, I compared him to Tom Green, right? Mm-hmm. He's basically black Tom Green, right? Or young and blacker Eric Andre, right? Mm-hmm. And Tom Green's able to get away with it because he's white and Canadian. Eric Andre's able to get away with it because he's biracial and speaks, and presents a certain aesthetic that is less threatening. But I Show Speed looks like he could play for, he probably has a Ohio State University scholarship still waiting on him if they're watching his stream. Yeah. So that makes it so anything he does is going to be amplified by the politics of race to be more negative. And so I know that as a 43-year-old who's read all the fucking books and worked in schools and did all this shit, I know that there's a harm to some of the behavior he does, regardless of his intent. But I refuse to be in the camp of black elders who can only engage with young black people around how they're harming the cause. You see what I'm saying? Who that's their only thing they say to young people. So like if I knew Speed in real life, they got me in the chat. So if I knew Speed in real life, I might pull him aside and be like, hey, here's a better way to do that gag that's a little less, regressive. But I don't know speed. And so I'm not going to be one of the ones being like, we need to get, because it's the same, it's Bill Cosby shit all over again. We need to get the ice show speeds of the world and making us look bad. Pull up your pants and cut your hair, young man. Like, I'm not going to be Steve Harvey. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah. So I fucks with speed, especially for exposing me that China's kind of dope. We're going, I'm taking the family to Japan next year, but we're going to figure out China too. Because I know China's got its problems. I know China's just as racist as any other country, if not more. But it seems like the money goes far there.
Oh, yeah.
And so I could come out with one video a year and, you know.
There's a racialized concept, I hope you don't cringe at hearing this, called being a white monkey in China.
Oh, Lord.
Have you ever heard of this before?
No, but I know they love the monkey terminology.
No, but this is specifically for white Westerners that go to China and they are hired to elevate the status of a company, and they have no real job. They just basically are there to say, like, look, this is a white Westerner that likes our product, or this is a white Westerner that's in our corporate board of executives.
It's DEI.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Like,
it's like
actual DEI.
Actually, like the way that
DEI actually works on some bullshit.
And basically, that's my dream. I want to be that for the Chinese government. I want to be the propaganda minister.
You will be a shield for China.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? I can't be mad at you too much. Seeing Chinese folks roast Americans on TikTok has been a joyful moment recently. The guy was like, the funniest one, he was like, okay, America, here are all, I probably shouldn't do the accent.
Don't do it.
He said, okay, Americas, here are all the things that I own in my home that are made in America. And he went like this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not
I
a
saw
single
that one.
fucking thing.
Yep.
How many calories did I just eat according to your macros? You
Well,
didn't eat
had
any of the rice.
You had the rice too, but it depends. If you eat both of the chickens, it's that's why I weigh mine. Like, mine is 19 ounces, so it's gonna be 19 ounces of straight white chicken breast grilled. So
I don't know what the fuck that is, Sasan.
I mean, I will look it up on my
okay.
app. I have an app for it.
Got you.
Counting calories afterwards.
Because I'm gonna save that for you. Because I'm going out to eat later. I don't want to OD on. Still very good. You see, so chat, like, no, in all seriousness, this was delicious, as you can see. Shout out to free advertisement for whoever the fuck this was.
Yeah. I don't leak it. I don't reveal my.
Yeah, right.
I don't reveal my places. I gatekeep.
No, I'm not mad at you.
Yeah. It is delicious, though.
Democrats in Congress entrust to handle the nation's main problems. And this morning, the president is reflecting on the difference between his first and second term, telling The Atlantic, quote, the first time I had two things to do, run the country and survive. Now he says, quote, the second time I run the country and the world. George.
Okay, man. Holy shit.
That's kind of funny. It's kind of funny because it's like he's basically admitting that now, without any sort of limitations, I'm so much worse than the last time.
The president will be sitting down with our Terry Moran for an exclusive interview as he marks his first 100 days in office. You can see it tomorrow night, 8, 7 Central, right here on ABC.
Nearly 100 days into President Trump's term, the latest CBS News poll shows he is steadily
Let me
losing.
pick your brain on like the worst case scenarios of this shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I won't put it past Trump to turn it around in terms of popularity, right?
What do you mean? Like, you think he'll get popular again?
Yeah, it doesn't. Remember, we're talking about the American people. We're talking about he was president 4 years ago and it was fucking horrible and they still voted him back in. So it's quite possible that he can turn it around in the moment in the next 100 days after this. If he stops the war in Ukraine, if the economy does take a turn, because like there's so much of the economy, like he can.
It's gonna take a turn, all right, just not in the direction that's positive for Trump.
But at some point in the future, right? China, he can just end the tariffs in China and set everything back to normal and things improve. And China could be like, we didn't do anything. He just stopped the tariffs. But he could still tell people, I made that happen. I made a deal.
Yeah.
And no one will call him on the fact that he fixed the problem that he caused and just set things back to neutral.
That's classic Trump. He does that all the time.
Right.
For sure.
So you can't put it past him that he gets his popularity back.
No, I think my suspicion is, first of all, we haven't seen the worst impacts of his exploding trade shit yet. Like, we haven't hit the trade dead zone yet. That's coming next month. when the lag in supply finally becomes the reality in the form of empty shelves. Because it takes around 55 days minimum for goods from China to come into the United States. And we haven't reached like the actual shortage yet.
Right.
But trade has slowed down tremendously. That's going to have an impact on a major impact on the logistics in this country. Major sectors like trucking, you know, the stevedores and all the people that are like longshoremen that work the ports, they're cooked. There is going to be downscaling everywhere in the supply chains. Then the grocery stores. Then all of these layoffs, which some of which are happening already, like Subaru, I think.
Know. Well, no, yeah, go ahead.
Factories are going to start pulling out because they're like, well, parts are too costly for us to manufacture in the United States of America anyway, so we're just not going to do that anymore. And that basically is going to create an environment of instability when people start really recognizing the downturn. Because right now the markets are acting as though there's nothing wrong. Like,
Right.
I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of instability, but like the severe collapse that is still coming, they are simply not looking at all. And it's like kind of shocking to me that like even retail traders or not retail, sorry, even institutional traders are not factoring this in.
And so with that in mind, right, with that in mind, as things get really bad, people get more desperate and shit gets realer.
Yeah.
And so the conspiracy theorist in me is like, is this on purpose to kind of put the country in a desperate position?
Oh,
to allow him to claim more powers from the Supreme Court, which has already pre-granted him the power to do whatever the fuck he wants. Like, so we do get Trump 2020 infinity.
Yeah.
2028 to infinity.
I think he's too stupid to implement like a thing like that. I feel like they're too dumb. I think what you see is what you get in many instances where like Trump literally is just
doesn't know
he's
how
been obsessive with trade deficits in perpetuity. And he unironically is too dumb to recognize how to redesign global trade after multiple decades of America moving manufacturing, offshoring manufacturing, and becoming the global reserve currency post Bretton Woods to get cheap goods and become the global reserve currency as a consequence of that.
Right.
Like that scheme was designed by the United States of America.
Right.
I think he genuinely wants to change that because he has a real national security concern with respect to China shutting off the manufacturing faucet. And that's an understandable national security concern to have if you are desperately trying to gear for war against China. Because as the Chinese government did, you can just say, okay, well, there are some key resources that I will no longer send to the United States of America. And they have a damn near monopoly on the procurement of these natural resources, rare earth minerals that are necessary for defense, that are necessary for virtually everything, right? And more importantly than the procurement, which you can, go to Congo and cut a side deal if you want to,
right?
But you can't build a refinement processor, like a refinement facility, in the short time necessary for all of these like goods that come into the United States of America. And China currently maintains a monopoly on the refinement.
Right. Yeah. People in between my glazing of China, let's not forget that Elon ain't got nothing on. Elon's dad, I should say, doesn't have anything on insert whichever Chinese mega corporation is pulling all the cobalt out of the Congo. The Congo would be, if Wakanda was a real place, it'd be in the Congo. That's how valuable their land is.
And for the record, Chinese ownership over these natural resources have not necessarily been bountiful for the people of Congo either.
Not at all.
It's just that they are a far better ally to many African nations than the West has been historically because they didn't do chattel slavery. And also,
it's not built into their social fabric of the way they see themselves.
They didn't do chattel slavery, and they offer significantly better loans as opposed to the World Bank and IMF, So these guys are like, yeah, fuck yeah. And they don't even like try to do destabilization as long as we play
Well,
ball.
the destabilization happens anyway, though, because of the nature of like enduring cultural aspects that they're in, enduring cultural conflicts that they create that they're indifferent to.
Yeah.
But we're getting off topic because I got to get out of here so I can take a nap before I go meet with some folks. So like the irony is, so what you're saying kind of confirms to me in my head is he's low-key accidentally destroying Western hegemony. Like American hegemony may not survive his presidency. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think he's accelerating America's demise. I think it's an inevitability because of supercharged capitalism. But I think Donald Trump is accelerating the inevitability, accelerating the demise of the United States because of how he's gone about trying to offer a lifeline to the continuation of U.S. empire. What he's trying to do is, in theory, what he's trying to do is actually smart. It's just in practice, there's no way of doing it with a capitalist framework.
Right.
If you wanted to defeat China and become a manufacturing hub, you would unironically have to have a command economy like China. But that would require a complete reversal of like what America stands for on the global stage as the defender of capitalism.
Right.
So they're not going to do that. And even if they were to magically overnight turn into China, there's still a tremendous amount of factory building and a robust infrastructure that you have to build, like a manufacturing base that you have to build, and training that you have to do for the American labor force.
Right.
And that would take at least a decade to fulfill. And Trump is not going to do any of that, clearly. He just wants to get promises from wealthy friends of his, wealthy benefactors of his. And then that's good enough for him to be like, oh, I'm getting $7 trillion of investment, which is a fucking lie. So yeah, that's the major issue. I think that like we're heading down a really scary path. And I don't think it's because Donald Trump thinks like, oh, I'll use this economic instability to my advantage to do.
So it's not even like
martial law.
We're giving him too much credit in terms of like him trying to be a dictator, which I don't think like way back when I was like, he's probably not going to run again because I don't think he actually likes having a job per se, you know. But I also, you know, obviously I was wrong about so many things, but I do still like think there's a kernel of truth in the fact that his goal isn't so much the power of the presidency and of being the God King that the Christian nationalists want, right?
Yeah, I mean,
but
he's
there.
He's narcissist. He's like going along with. He likes the power for sure. It's not that he likes being president, but he likes the idea of being dictator for sure. But I don't think he has enough foresight to set acts in motion to achieve that.
He's not Machiavellian enough.
Yeah.
But he is.
Damn, this guy's good.